What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Andreas Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Ashley requires 138.
And Ashley Coleman with the John Lowe dart
Game
flights
on the
doing the
third
Luke
leg.
Humphries finish.
Ashley Coleman.
Dart players worldwide. That's what we're trying to uncover. Ball. Oh, beautiful deflection. I'm trying to figure out who the favourite for this group is right now. I really don't know. We know that's in. So is that.
On the first leg, Tommy
There's a
Morris.
little bit of confidence from Tommy Morris. Great dart. Don't look, Mervyn. Told you not to look.
Flag, Adrian Gray.
It might not.
On
Oh
the
no!
first leg, Dustin
Somebody
Straub.
gambles and then somebody pays the price.
Game on in Group C. Welcome along to the first in a double session of darts today here on the Modus Super Series channel, live and free on Pluto TV. And joining me to guide you through the action, Devon Peterson. Welcome along. How are things? How are you?
Living the dream. I mean, it's the sun in the UK for the first time in a long time, and I can see that everybody's really enjoying it. But most importantly, the dartboard is heating up as well.
Certainly is, and it was certainly fun in the sun for Jeff Smith, wasn't it, in this group earlier in the week? Won all his matches on Monday, lost them all on Tuesday, got over the line yesterday.
Crazy that jet lag kicked in the day after, but I mean, with the way in which he was playing is phenomenal. Came out start, great finishing though. I think that 36 gave him a lot more comfortability, but his ton checkouts at the right time against crucial players was fantastic on day one.
And you'll see Mervyn King just 2 points behind. In fact, all the way down to Adrian Gray, just 2 points behind Jeff Smith. So Mervyn King and David Evans we'll see tonight. Tommy Morris and Adrian Gray might feel a little bit aggrieved to be in this group this afternoon.
Yeah, but I think that those are mistakes and errors that they made. I mean, it's crucial, and just also because it's a first to four, you have to make sure that not just winning the game, but winning the game comfortably and taking those opportunities when you do get them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll see Adam Mould, James Hubbard and Gary Stone as well tonight. But Ashley Cole, Darren Brown and Daniel Ayres joining this Group C. We'll come on to some of those in a second. But let's start with Tommy Morris. Like we said, just 4 points off Jeff Smith at the top, 2 points from being in Group B. Explosive kind of character. He'll have dusted himself, won't he, and ready for a reset today.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Tommy Modus is the kind of player that goes, I want to be in Saturday. That's the most important thing. Like I always say, it's never won on a Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. Yes, you do get an extra break, but you can change everything that's happened before. I think that's the perfect scenario for the players that stay behind. Like Jeff Smith will now kick up his feet. Obviously, with the traveling, it would have been quite strenuous, and he's now got that extra bit of rest. Whereas for Tommy and everybody else, they'll want to be putting right so that by the time they come Saturday, they are competitive and ready to go.
One of the players come into the group, Ashley Coleman, he's built up a big profile for himself in the world of darts. He's been here 6 times. 2 finals nights for him, so the same kind of motivation, I'm sure, as what you just mentioned for Tommy.
100%, and Ashley knows what it's like to get through the different groups. He's played in both elements B and C, so I think that this one will suit him a lot better, but it does get quite tough because the quality of players that you have in that group. I mean, we have Adrian Gray as well in there, which is a challenging one for him. So, I mean, he is using new darts as well, so that might be a challenge.
Yeah, in terms of the betting, it's one of the new names that is the top of it. Talk to us about Danny Ayres, Devon, because he's been installed as the immediate favourite to win this group.
Yeah, that's definitely no joke. I mean, I've played him before, and he's a steady player. Solid ton 140, doesn't get raffled or kind of moves away. Quite efficient on his finishing as well. Debut on the Modus Super Series, it can go slightly a bit different for him because it's quick turnaround, it's first to four, it's a lot of new for him. But when he was playing on the Challenge Tour, I played him, I watched him play. He's a fantastic player and certainly needs to be on the top.
If you are going to have a bet, please gamble responsibly. 18+gambleaware.org. The opening match features the Prince of Darkness. Ashley Coleman is about to take to the stage. And a little change for him, you will notice. He speaks about it in this interview, so let's hear from him now. Ashley, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. How are you feeling? How have your darts been going lately?
Feeling great. Tried some new events, tried some ADC stuff, managed to win a regional, so I'm pretty proud of that. Changed my equipment a bit since you last saw me, but we're going to see how we go this week.
What's different with the equipment?
Different style. It's not a bomber shape. It's more of a straight barrel now, and it's longer and lighter.
And what's the thinking behind that?
I had a good friend, Niall Cullerton, record one of my last appearances at Modus and noticed that my dart was actually flipping in the air with the current setup I had at the time. So we lengthened the setup, and it's resolved all my bounce out issues I was having.
And what's it like being back here at the Modus Super Series? I know you always enjoy coming here.
Oh, it's good fun. It's been a crazy month, and I'm looking forward to this. Hopefully I can perform like I know I can.
Any thoughts on the group?
I think it's going to be a really tight group. I wouldn't say anyone's going to be safe until that last day.
And what's the ambition for you this week?
Get to Saturday, hopefully feature in the final, and maybe we hold that trophy up at the end of the night.
We'll let you get started. Best of luck.
Cheers.
Yeah, interesting to hear from Ashley Coleman there. A change of equipment. Would it result in a change of fortunes for Coleman? Still searching for his first Super Series title, going from short, fat barrels really to longer, thin ones after advice from a fellow player. Hoping for a truer flight path to the intended target. He takes on Dustin Strava in his opening match, the ADC Europe qualifier this week. The only one who wasn't within a whisker of making it through to Group B. Coleman, though, 28 years of age, twice he's made it through to the Saturday showpiece here at the Live Lounge. Takes on the 34-year-old Dutchman on his Super Series debut, throwing Gerwin Price darts. Paul Hinks has joined us as well, the referee, overseeing proceedings for the rest of the week. And alongside me, Devon Peterson, ready to analyse all
first
the
leg,
action.
Ashley through first.
Devon, 25 matches to come today.
Game
what are you
on.
expecting from this group in particular?
I think it's one of those things, Chris, that we're seeing new faces come. We've seen Ashley Coleman. Obviously, he's been in the
41.
finals before, but it's more the fact of what is it like for Darren Brown and also the bookie's favourite, Danny Ayres, as well. This is going to be a great start from Strava as he opens his account with a 180, a maximum, and Ashley Coleman will know that he's in a match. But look at this. Certainly there. 125 from the legend himself, Paul Hinks. But it's going to be a tungsten battle for most. I want to see if Tommy can find his rhythm early on and just correct what he's not done over the last 3 days.
Yeah, no messing around on the scoring stakes for Strava here. 181 after 6. Brilliant. Kicking off of proceedings for him.
41.
Big opportunity now for Coleman. He needs to find that first dart in the bed. Oh, he's going to be
45.
not leaving it handy.
140.
So you'd almost feel as though Strava has 6 darts at this 140. He might not need it. Just needs another treble. Does not find it. He'll go find the big bed now of the 20. Leave him on double tops.
Ashley 150.
Ashley Coleman, yeah, put under it immediately. But what kind of pressure double 15 to open his account. And
135.
misses on the last dart. Yeah, Straver must have just blown the dart to the left. Finds it first. 13 darter to open up. What a way to start the day, Chris. It's been a fantastic start. 180s, great setups, missed ton plus checkouts, and it's only leg one.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And
121.
as mentioned from the player who in Group A finished bottom, but he didn't do it in any sort of shameful style. He did win 4 of his 15 matches over the course of the week, and there were some of the close run things as well. Did
100.
lose all of his games yesterday, did Dustin, so he will really feel a bounce back is imperative here.
81.
I feel as though the Monday to Wednesday is a tough thing as a player because you start quite early and throwing him in a deep end, experiencing
100.
that. Now starting at 1 o'clock will be slightly different. It will be you'd have a nice rest, great breakfast, just easing into it. And he's also had 3 days on that perfectly beautiful setup stage that you have. So yeah, I think that we will see a lot better of him, and his performance will certainly improve.
140.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing that already, aren't we? He's won the first leg. He's left tops after a dozen in the second leg. And also the fact that he's now got something to aim for. He probably knew yesterday that he was going to be in this group, so it's hard to keep that intensity, that full focus. 2 10s.
30.
Has he made it a bit sticky here? Coleman with an outside chance.
You realize very quickly that once the chance goes begging for you to win the group in Group A, you kind of just almost find your feet and make sure that everything is correct for the next 2 days. And I'm sure that he's going to want to find it. He needs double 1 now. Madhouse finds
the
it.
second leg, Justin Straver.
Not locking him. But the one thing that I have seen about Straver is that
third leg Ashley to throw
every
first.
win or every
Game
leg
on.
there's a celebration. So he's loving it. You know that kind of mentality will go a long way. Even when he's needing to kind of pull back or claw back a victory or a result or just
45.
in a tough leg, he knows that in the end there's a celebration. It's very Gezi-esque, if you call it.
Yeah, great start from Straver so far.
43.
What do you make of Coleman changing setup? He's been used to throwing sort of bulbous barrels. He's gone to a much straighter type of dart here.
What I'm
85.
more curious about is that sexy flights that he has. He's got the Pluto Modus series flights. I don't know if it's a promotion technique or if the quality
100.
of your flights is top tier. But yeah, like we look at the way in which his dart travels through the air. I think
60.
that he would know exactly by the time he gets here, he would have the confidence. If he's coming with new equipment, he'll have the confidence with it. That's the number one thing. Number two is the player that he's become. Because Ashley obviously played as a YouTube player along with Jack, the darts referee on YouTube. And
100.
then just improved. And the confidence. Now he's at the point where he's going, listen, I want to take my game a step higher. And now niggling and tinkling with a dart setup. It's phenomenal to see that you can just go from garage to grandstand within a year or two.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I agree the flights certainly are the best bit of that setup.
37.
Well done, Ashley. But it's Straver who's in full flight in this match, leading 2-0. 137 isn't going to go, so all the ones for Coleman when he comes back.
59.
Can the Prince of Darkness find some light in this duel? That's in. So, choices. 11 for tops. Brilliant.
Getting shot on the third leg.
Coleman
Ashley
checks
Coleman.
out to half the gap in the game.
Fourth leg, Justin to throw first. Game on.
What a shot. And you just looked at the way in which Coleman approached it. Missed the
55.
150 on the first leg. And then obviously went with that ton check out there. So you can tell that there's a massive amount of confidence with this flights. And
134.
very quickly, Coleman, obviously Straver's start, his blistering start, considering how his week
81.
went, he would have felt like, oh, I'm playing well. And not getting anything from return from Coleman. Now Coleman's throwing it back at him. And we'll see how strong he's
100.
his game is now, because the mental side of it will come into play. Because now he'll know I'll need to hit the first dot, and he wants to win because he knows that he's only won 4 in his first 3 days. So he wants to start off with a winning start, and we see now that benefited Jeff Smith when he came.
41.
Absolutely. Well, a little slack that from Coleman. Chance for Straver to punish.
97.
Leads in hand here as Coleman hunts down the breaker throw in the treble 20.
100.
Only once. 1-2-6 when he returns. What kind of pressure can the Dutchman apply?
58. Asuka 126.
126. You don't feel as though he's under immense pressure with this, but he might just go for it. Yes, double 6 now. Yeah, he looks at it, shakes his head, and
114.
Ashley Coleman is looking on fire. The Prince of Darkness. Certainly lighting up that stage.
And he will return for the missed double 6. So after getting out of the blocks very quickly here, Dustin
83.
Straver
Asuka 12.
could find himself pegged back.
6.
Oh, that's close, but not
Dustin
close
Ricard,
enough.
67.
So to fend off this fight back, 67 required.
This could hurt. This could hurt.
35.
Doesn't make him pay.
Asuka
And
6.
Ashley Coleman now can level the game after missing that 1-2-6 on the double 6. He's gone double. Needs a
Not
double
sure.
1 and just
Dustin
running
Ricard,
around. The
32.
pace on his throw definitely hindered him there. But Straver now walking up and looking at that double 16, knowing that this will be 3 legs to 1. He's going to need double 8 now.
24.
Inside. A
Asuka,
game of
6.
missed opportunities, Chris.
Yeah, and I wonder if Coleman now thinks about splitting from the start here. He does. 2 for double 2. And it
Being shown the
works. It
fourth
pays
leg.
off.
Ashley
Pragmatic
Coleman.
play from Ashley Coleman there to level this up at 2-2.
Straver
leg
just
Ashley to throw
missing out
first.
an opportunity.
Game
And
on.
you mentioned early on Tommy Modus, obviously 16 points, 2 away from obviously being on top. And it's those kind of opportunities as we see
140.
Coleman, yeah, just peppering the red bit there on the dartboard and missing out on a 180. But you look at those kind of opportunities.
60.
Straver there, 3-1. Could have now easily found himself in an advantageous position. Now Coleman has the throw again. And this game has changed and flipped on its
95.
head.
Yeah, certainly looks like it's Coleman who's the most likely to go on and reach the
140.
waving checkered flag first. Seems to have taken control of the contest here.
59.
What a shot.
140.
You just feel as though the pace of both players is just making the game so much more enjoyable to watch, but also the accuracy and just really finding
57.
that
Just
treble
Ricard,
bits there.
161.
161 now, plays 150, and it's not going to go. So Coleman missed this in the opening
43.
leg.
Asuka 150.
Could he landed for the 15?
40. Dustin Ricard 118.
Well, this is a big exchange, isn't it? Both players on similar finishes. Straver has a chance to break back and take back control, and he's got the treble. Can he get the double? Has he got the number of Ashley Coleman as he takes out 118 and now will throw for the match?
6 leg Dustin to throw
Straver's
first.
got the Gezi celebration, and he's got the Gezi darts as well. He's got the all black ones.
Game on.
You can just tell that he's living it. He's loving it. And he's going to fill it up with a 180.
108.
Paul Higgs there, just making sure.
It's been a great game, hasn't it? Great start. We've seen big finishes from both players. That's the
91.
second maximum now from Dustin.
The 9 is on. The 9 is on. And as quick as it was on, it was off.
95.
But you can tell that there's a confidence about Straver. There's a want to win, a will to
60.
win.
Yeah, feels to be a bit of urgency in his performance. in this opening match. Fuller's there, but Coleman's a long way behind. He may have to
85.
take out 350 in 6 starts here, which is as good as you can do. It's on. It's on. Oh, it's not anymore.
140. Disregard 141.
141 doesn't have to go. So he has 6 starts here, and it'll come down to board management now. You'd want to find 25.
57.
He did go for 25, which was fantastic board management there. Missed it. 84 now. It's going to have to be pressured. Coleman has to find the treble.
100.
He does find it on the last
Disregard
start, but
84.
how impactful is that ton on this 84?
Double 12 then for the match.
60.
Straver strays.
110.
Can Coleman mop up? He took out 111 earlier in the game. That was a tide turn. 110 won't follow.
50. Disregard 24.
24 now for Straver to wrap up a first opening game. Goes inside now. 2 darts on double 6. Steadies the throw. Big last dart.
Oh, he's feeling it, isn't he? 4 match darts have gone begging. But the last one
Each on
finds the
match,
target.
Straver.
And Dustin Straver gets the victory. 4-2 over Ashley Coleman in the opener. Dustin, the Dutchman, defeats Coleman in game number 1. Yeah, after losing all his matches yesterday, he's off to the perfect start today. 4-2 the victory there. Missed a few darts at double along the way, but there were some good moments. 2 180s and 1 1-8 checkout, and most importantly, 2 points. Coming next, Darren Brown is going to take on Adrian Gray.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, if you want to come down to the Super Series on a Saturday night, just scan that QR code, get yourself down, just a £5 to be here any week, and you will see top-level darts in an intimate, unique environment, great atmosphere, up close and personal with the Dart Stars, unbeatable prices here in Portsmouth. Certainly could be here this Saturday. As soon as this Saturday, get yourself to dartshop.tv. But who will be here this Saturday on the stage? That is the question. Adrian Gray would love to get back there again. He's taking on Darren Brown in the second match of the day. If you missed the first, Ashley Coleman was beaten by the Dutchman Dustin Straver 4-2 in a game that saw both players take out ton plus checkouts. But Brown is here in Portsmouth for his second appearance, having made it over from Norwich, a 42-year-old Englishman taking on his countryman Adrian Gray, who was runner-up in a Saturday night final, Series 8, Week 10. Can he go one better this week?
Love the way in which both of these players, just the technique. I do watch a lot of technique, and the way in which Adrian sets up his throw, just pointing upward, and the point of release is perfect. He does play with a different shape
First
of flight.
Darren to throw first.
That obviously causes...
Game on.
He needs to be accurate with them. And if he's not on, then he's certainly missing them. But when he is on, he's dynamite.
55.
Well, Ashley Coleman in that interview at the start of the day said that he felt it would be a close group. And I think we've already seen that could well be the case. That game could have gone either way. It went against him.
100.
One of the incomers who we're going to see next in Danny Ayres is the favourite to win the group with the bookmakers. He's going to take on Tommy Morris in Game 3. And I'm looking at every game down the fixture sheet today and finding them all quite difficult to call.
See the first maximum there from Darren Brown. Adrian Gray now needs to just steady it up. It's not his throw, so I always find as though if you
100.
If your first game and it's not your off, it's more not advantageous, but there's an easier place to strike from. But if the player ahead of you is striking,
95
becomes a lot more challenging.
Adrian Gray in the grey shirt. I wonder if that's intended. Darren's not wearing brown.
But you are, Chris.
81.
I am actually, yeah. Could we fill up a full week of colourful dart players? Ian White, I suppose, if he fell off the tour. Keegan Brown, obviously
96.
part of our team here at the Super Series.
This could be a big maximum, yeah, if he now needs to steady it up and needs to find a treble to set it up. So 75 and 6. Great start here from Brown, also on his throw. He's certainly settling down. Yeah, 15 dart will certainly give him the settle. Double tops now needed for 75.
55. Adrian
This
Ricard
goes inside.
140.
140 now. An opportunity to steal it.
Well, that one just took a nosedive. Lands well low of the intended target of treble 20.
45. Darren Ricard 20.
Hasn't really left it handy either. So Brown holding all the aces in this opening leg. Double 5 to close it out. Good guide. Used
on the first leg,
for a
Darren
1-0
Brown.
lead.
Darren using extra long points
Second
as well.
leg, Adrian to
quite
throw
grooved.
first. Game on.
The challenge for that I always think about, like for Adrian Gray, because he's so soft up orientated, the distance, the weight of the dart, and everything else changes. As he shows here that he can flip the switch. But I always, because I tried softer before, and the distance does throw you a bit. The comfortability of it, just it's a lighter dart. So as a dart player, that's literally 2 dart players in one.
Well, look at this. 4 perfect darts from Adrian Gray, who's finding red after red here. And he's on for a potential 9-dart finish.
And just like that, he's done it so many times in the soft up.
100. Adrian Ricard 141.
He's done it so many times in soft up. Can he do it in the Modus Super Series Lounge? And does not, but he does find 6 perfect. And what a way to bounce
46.
back and just bring him back to the point of when Darren started off the game, Adrian Gray just know he needed to find a certain kind of throw, in a sense, and a comfortability on the stage.
59. Adrian Car 95.
Now found it with back-to-back 180s, but he still has 6 darts to complete this 95. So he goes steady 57. Now he needs double 8. Finds the double 8, and
Adrian Gray.
what a 12 darter there from Adrian Gray just to bounce back. Hold of throw.
Perfect Darren
You
to throw
feel as though
first.
now
Game on.
Darren he'll not be panicking, but he'll know that Adrian Gray is capable. Now whether he backs it up in the next game, and if he does break the Darren Brown throw,
43.
this game could see Adrian Gray quickly racing to a 4-1 victory.
Yeah, it was a slow start, but he's certainly woken up
140.
very, very quickly. 180 to kick off the last leg, followed by another one. 140 to kick off this leg.
58.
Darren's game and just focus level is now going to be tested very early on in the day, and when you're playing in the format, you kind of almost don't want to lose your first 2
60.
games, especially in this group, because only 2 goes through. Darren Brown loose, hitting the dart loose, but staying there, finding a maximum. He must have so much confidence in that grip and how it penetrates, because that first dart just went in there very loosely, and he stayed on the treble and obviously got the reward.
81.
Gray doesn't have a steel tip 9-dart finish to his name either, and he's been around a long time, hasn't he, Adrian? We haven't seen him produce perfection in
60.
the steel tip game. Devon Peterson mentioned that he's been very, very successful in the soft tip version of darts in more recent years.
But you just feel as though the accuracy needed
100.
with the
Daniel
shape
Carr,
flight that he has
160.
now, which is the Condor Axe slim dart that he has, it means that you can't make any mistakes.
88. Adrian Car 120.
Plays a lot of his soft tip out in Asia, and he's looking for Shanghai here. Treble 20 not found. So Brown will come back for 72.
60. Daniel Car 72.
60 there, only for Adrian Gray, and Dan Brown now just needs another 16. So just a hold of throw.
52.
Messes
Adrian
it
Carr
and
60.
leaves the door open now for Adrian.
Yeah, nice finish for him as well, isn't it? A lot of players struggle with 60 because the darts stand up, but his don't. They lay flat in the board. So there'll be nothing in the way of tops here. As you can see, clear sight of it. But now he has blocked it.
40.
And he deflected off that dart
Daniel Car
and
20.
diverted it from the double.
It's the challenge for Adrian, yeah. As Brown now goes double 10. Double 5 is a tricky one. Does not
10.
find it. And
Adrian
these are the
Carr,
moments
20.
that could define the victor of this game. An opportunity like this will give Adrian a real confidence booster going into his throw. He needs to find the double 10. Last dart in hand, and he cannot believe it.
10. Daniel Car 10.
Sometimes it's about who wins the scrappy legs. And Brown looking at double 5 to do so here. Right on the wire again. This time underneath it. So Gray will come back for the same
8.
target. And he's hit
Adrian
the treble
Car,
there to leave
10.
double 1.
Just looking at the darting dynamics and the technique and making sure that he stays up there. So he's certainly not going to split it. Goes under. Needs double 1 now. Madhouse, both players. But
Getting shown the
Adrian
third
Gray
leg.
there.
Adrian Gray.
He would feel, even though he missed so many doubles at the opportunity, he will
Fourth leg
feel
Adrian to throw
not
first.
just winning, but
Game on.
now he'll kick on from this point. Brown himself there will be digging a hole for himself mentally, kicking himself, knowing that he's going to now need to have there's an uphill battle as Adrian Gray has broken the throw.
60.
He couldn't kick off in the same style he did last time he threw first when he got those back-to-back 180s. He's mentioned no 9-darter for him. He has had one against him. That was just last year,
60.
actually. The Dutchman Danny Jansen hit a 9-dart finish against Adrian Gray at a Challenge Tour event.
Danny Jansen known for his darting abilities, but certainly made famous by
100.
his mullet.
Yeah, goes by that very nickname, doesn't he? Someone we have seen here on the Super Series
95.
stage as well.
Yeah.
And actually, just by complete quirk of coincidence, he's celebrating his birthday today, Danny Jansen.
Happy birthday, mate. I hope all of the best. And if he is watching,
41.
everybody normally gets a birthday haircut. I wonder what his is.
Yeah, along with other players that have played here, Reese Robinson,
96.
Ricardo Ham, and Joe Croft, all celebrating birthdays today.
100.
Back to the action here now, and Adrian Gray leading the charge, but Darren Brown will want to find 2 trebles there and just set him up steady, but
95.
not that treble. Wanted to make sure that that was a 140. Adrian Gray now knows that 2 trebles here will put him at the 60 mark and put this 155 under so much pressure, knowing that it is his throw as well. Give him that advantage, but
60.
2 treblers visits
155.
puts him in some hot water.
105.
Nice little
Adrian
shimmy to the right there.
140.
Using the board, using the 25 as well. Quite a peculiar way of navigating around the 155. It's not going to go, so he's going to have to set up, and this leaves an opportunity for
40.
Darren Brown to break
Daniel Carr,
again.
50.
And just returning the favor. Double 16, different target this time.
Game shot on
And
the fourth
finds
leg,
it.
Darren Brown.
The most important thing now for Darren to actually
Fifth leg, Darren to through first.
look
Game
at
on.
and understand is that when you lose on that, he has been here before and he would have experienced that. But in this group itself, it's that bounce back
43.
legs after you've been broken. If you can break back immediately after that, it doesn't change anything, unless it's the last leg, obviously.
Well, it might be going to the last leg, this one. It's a real battle royale between the pair of
59.
them. Missed doubles have plagued the performance of both players. 6 for Adrian Gray, 10 for Darren Brown in 4 legs. Most of them in that third leg.
58.
It's definitely not a finishing masterclass, but just showing that scrappy legs, I mean, can put you in a position.
100.
Danny Ayres, Tommy Morris still to come. This is the first of 2 groups that we will bring you today. Group B getting underway live from 10 tonight, UK time on Pluto TV.
100.
Stay with us. Plenty of great content between the end of this and the start of that as well. Adam Mould, James Hubbard and Gary Stone all coming into that group. David Evans and Mervyn King went into it from Group
85.
A. Great to see James Hubbard playing well again lately.
100.
Yeah, it's always great. I mean, young talent early on in his career, and then like many dart players, I mean, if it doesn't go well, it's a tough old game if you're at the very
41.
top and you're not finding it week in, week out, turning up, playing against the very best in the world and getting beat. It does break your confidence. Not that you lose the ability, but the belief is what leaves you first, and you just have to kind of battle back and survive and just come back slowly but surely, and specifically when you are ready. And that's certainly done now by
105.
James Hubbard. So looking forward to seeing his performances, but Adrian Gray will need to find a maximum. Just put this under some pressure. He can't go trebleless.
60. Daniel
He's
Carr,
in almost
95.
6 starts on this 95. He won't go double-double. He might. Oh, he opts for 60. So double 8
Game
and
shot on the fifth
finishing
leg, Darren
masterclass there. The first opening legs wasn't as great on the finishing,
Brown.
but
6 leg
that one
Adrian to
there,
through first.
he's
Game
now
on.
back-to-back legs as well after Adrian breaking him. This is an uphill battle now for Adrian.
A little bit of irony in the fact that despite some double trouble, both players have taken out the same checkout. 95.
55.
The high checkout for both men in this match.
Seeing the winning line now, and
140.
he was almost hitting on a pinhead. Just looking at his length of his point, though, it's extremely long. His dart doesn't even fit into the shot.
140.
Just tells you exactly how long, and he doesn't have a long length of flight. Now finding those trebles with ease, back to back, like buses. Adrian Gray, looks staring down at the 4-2 defeat. Unless
139.
there might be another twist in this game itself.
Yeah, big finish left in front of Adrian Gray, but
100.
that last start
Adrian
for
Carr,
Brown puts him on a better
167.
167. Not going to go, so Brown will come back 120 for the match.
121. Daniel Carr, 120.
Some pressure on this 120 now, but John Brown taking out the 95. He'll step to the left, and with the length of his point, should be able to bounce it in there. Does not go. So 46 here to level up the game and take us to a last leg shootout.
$14 for double 16 is a Gray way.
Game
And he
shown the
finds it
sixth leg.
3-3.
Adrian Gray.
We do go the distance in this darting duel.
Something final leg.
Nothing
Durham
between
to
them really
first.
across
Game
all
on.
metrics in the match. Averages almost identical. Couple of 180s apiece. Brown's had a few more darts at double in the game, but most of them came in
59.
the same leg. It's going to come down to who can hold the nerve here.
$60.
It's all about in the last leg, and I always think about it when I do play. It's limit the amount of trebleless visits.
84.
That will then certainly get you ahead, and as almost obvious as that is, it's so tough to kind of think about that in the game. As we see here, the 180s, and that's perfect for Adrian, because when your opponent hears that, almost puts him under so much pressure. But
140.
Darren Brown, they're almost saying pressure is for tires. And I can handle my business here, but in my head, I just make sure that staying trebleless is the most important thing.
60.
Or not having any trebleless visits. And that puts the pressure immediately on my opponent. But Brown here switched on immediately.
140.
He screams there, and Adrian Gray wouldn't have wanted to hear that. The break-off throw was so important early on, but Brown bounced back. And Adrian then finds himself now
123.
in a bit of a spot of bother. Both players on the same legs, same score to the winning line. Double tops here for the match.
On the match, Darren Brown.
Darren Brown there, 4-3 victor against Adrian Gray. Both players averaging around the 83-84 mark. Great game there from Darren Brown. Commiserations to Adrian Gray. See that there's nothing to split except the checkouts there. Next up, we will have a feature game. It's Danny Ayres versus Tommy Morris.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least two handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie, you
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, the home of the Modus Super Series, brought to you on Pluto TV. Well, on stage now, Tommy Morris is going to take on Danny Ayres, the incoming player, making his debut and immediately made favourite to win this group. It's an interesting story, this, the ADC qualifier for the first time on that stage, and the bookmakers have marked him as the man to beat. Devon Peterson, do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough game anyways. Tommy Modus, really, really quality player, but Danny himself there, 36, and then a beautiful head of hair as well at the age of 36. And making his debut, and looking at Tommy Morris now, we've seen him for a couple of weeks, and you see there he's
First leg, Danny did
seven-time
first.
weekly finalist, so he knows exactly what
Game on.
needs to happen today to get to Saturday. But it's Danny Ayres is a player that I've played against before, and just so steady and straight. Just
77.
really goes trebleless. You almost need to play very good against him to win. So you have to
25.
beat him. He's not going to let you win. And his finishing was just, especially in that range of 80 to 60, that's his crucial area. And
97.
so yeah, I think the bookies might have it right. I mean, you can't
60.
step away from Tommy Morris and not looking at the first 3 days, because he's obviously had a couple of days of darts and just being introduced. But I mean, certainly, yeah, getting the Danny Ayres show now, and it starts off for the maximum as well. 147 after 9. This is
60.
the Danny
Daniel
Ayres that
Carr,
we-
147.
I think, I don't know if it's the first time, but it's certainly that I've been here. I've never seen a debut come in as the top before.
43.
I can't think of it. Certainly a qualifier, certainly an ADC qualifier coming in on debut.
59. Daniel Carr, 104.
He'll set this up nicely just to settle him down. Tommy Modus hasn't,
56.
considering he's played 3 days, you'd almost expect him to be almost in a better position and settled a lot better. He did say before the game he's trying too hard and he just wants to find his feet. But Danny Ayres is certainly not going to give him any of that shots. He needs double tops now. Last start in hand. Finds it and true to form. We said he's not going to have a lot of trebleless visits, and his finishing is on point. So far, he ticks all the boxes.
Yeah, showcasing his skills here. It's a slow start for Tommy Morris, or it was a slow start for Tommy Morris. He kicked off better in the second leg. But he did experience that on Monday, didn't he? A 4-0 defeat to Dustin Straver in his first match.
58.
And then he started to pick it up.
The key for Tommy is stepping up to the oche and having that rhythm and timing on that first dart, because his other 2 darts, like a Tommy gun, is so quick. And if that first dart goes astray, he does not have a lot of time to correct it. So his first dart is so important. As you see there, it just goes astray and he corrects it. And now we're seeing exactly that. So his rhythm slightly off when his first dart's not. And most, like Dan always used to say, first dart merchants, and Tommy's exactly that.
82. $140.
And he bounces back just like that. 12 darts thrown, 80 left. And now Danny has to show his dartboard math skills.
132.
132 there, 170 left, but will he have a shot? Tommy shuts the door on that one and goes, no, sir, that one, you're not catching fish on my watch.
Danny to through first.
Yeah, 14 dart hold from Morris to level up this one, and it's a game which really has seen the pace picked up as well. Both players flew through that previous leg.
59.
Danny now there with a slight shake of the head, not
81.
Not maybe feeling as comfortable as he wants to feel, because he's not finding that treble like he did in the opening. And this can happen though, because it's debut and he's still experiencing, and playing against a player like Tommy, slightly very, very different, because your pace,
85.
You can almost be absorbed into the game.
Got an interesting throwing style, hasn't he, Danny Ayres? I know, Devon, you're a keen analyst, but throws sort of across his face, doesn't he?
Well, Bobby George-esque, yeah, and not as exaggerated, bringing it to the eye, but definitely across the face.
85.
That could be based on the dominance of his eye. He'd probably be right-sided dominant, so you want to make sure that space is open so he can visualize the target all the time. So he
58.
pulls it over to the left side. Yeah, and just the way in which he extends his arm, I think the point of release is a massive
100.
part of his game. If you look at when he extends it and he brings it back, when that is on point, he's slightly leaving it just a bit too late. So he'll need to leave it as soon as it comes off his elbow,
60.
as his forearm pops off his bicep and moves just close to the elbow and release it. He'll be on point. So, but I mean, playing under this kind of pressure that Tommy Modus is continuously quick, throwing hard, and also just getting the scores that he does want,
85.
puts you under pressure, so you don't have a lot of time to think.
124.
We're putting down the treble 18 to get a pot shot of the bullseye. That won't happen. So Morris,
44.
well, he may aim at the bull himself here. He's looking for the
65.
25. And he finds a 25 for tops.
25.
You would have
Daniel
expected
Carr,
that
80.
to bounce off, and a bit of an opportunity here for Danny. Doesn't have to find. He can find another single.
No score. Tommy O'Carr, 40.
Not found a treble most of the game, and then finds it at the wrong time. Tommy Morris, yeah, well, one to make him pay.
Getting shot the third leg, Tommy Morris.
It's a big breaker throw now, and you feel as though Danny
Fourth leg, Tommy to through first. Game on.
just having the demons in his head, just talking a bit louder than it should. Needs to settle down, go back to basics,
16.
find the top of the treble. Not try to throw 180s all the time, but just on top of the treble. He's finding it too often below and having to switch When you're doing that, it puts you under
58.
pressure because you're not aiming at the same target continuously, and the confidence changes.
Well, that's the things that the bookmakers, etc.,
140.
can't account for, isn't it? They can look at all your statistics, how you've played in these behind closed doors events. They don't know how you're going to feel when you're on the big stage.
60.
Maybe the fact that he is pulling a few darts low just shows a few signs of anxiety.
85.
Early on, and also because it's his first experience of it, I think that the great format that the Modus Super Series has is that it's not a one-game knockout. It's a continuous
90.
couple of games today and tomorrow, and potentially get you to the Saturday. So as long as he
100.
doesn't kind of stay almost marinating in this first game and just how he's played, and probably not the performance he's expecting to have, he could bounce back
Coming
quite,
up,
quite
116.
Yeah, typically, to get through Group C, you have to get out of day one with 6 points as a minimum requirement. So he would need to win 3 of his 5
82.
matches today. Doesn't look like winning this one, though. Morris has left this awkward for himself now. Won a double 18, hit double 1, leaving the lesser seen double 17.
100. Tommy O'Carr, 34.
You almost feel as though now Tommy might split this. 2 16s. Goes wayward. Now wants to correct it.
Getting shown the
Does
4-5,
correct
Tommy
it and
Morris.
make sure that he takes the opportunity. And
Fifth
is
Danny
this
to
the
three
switch
first,
in
game
Danny's
on.
head? Like, I'm now behind. I need to have no mistakes being made. And this is where he switches on and goes from trying to fix his throw into survival and just
100.
throwing. And we generally see players bounce back from a 3-1 simply because of that.
Tommy Morris is
140.
determined not to let Danny Ayres back into this game. Doesn't want to let him play. Doesn't want to let him find that confidence on the stage. And he can dismiss him
100.
very quickly here. 140 to start. And he's back in the red bit again.
100.
The quickness of Tommy Gunn. What a player. I think he's a bit quicker than Ricky Evans, though, isn't he?
He is quick,
95.
yeah. He will stop sometimes. He's not shy of stopping if he has to readjust position on the hockey, just like he did there. And also, if he's
26.
on a double, he's on a big checkout. He might throw the 2 in the treble and then stop, reset. Kevin Painter-esque for the double. So the actual throw is fast, but sometimes the time at the hockey can be
132.
a little longer.
One,
121.
2, 5,
Danny
and
O'Carr, 74.
both players now in full flow. Danny will have to let this. He has to see this finished.
Game
Make
shown the
sure
three
that
flag,
it's
Danny
finished.
Ayres.
Yeah, quick bounce back. 15 darter.
6 leg Tommy to through first.
Just like that.
Game on.
Survival mode kicks in. Has to quiet the noise down purposefully. He finds his flow.
99.
Yeah, the finishing hasn't been a problem for Ayres. He's only had 3 darts at a double. He's hit 2 of them.
$100.
It's got a very swingy motion. Body, everything goes into it.
81.
More statuesque and just a rapid fire on that forearm. Very much rhythmic.
97.
I do like it, and I can understand why he's so consistent, especially when he finds that point of release. But Tommy, yeah,
One of them,
looking to
40.
shut the door. I was going to say shoot the door, but shut the door on Danny. And it's important for Tommy
44.
also to just win his first game, get settled down. Only 2 go through in this group, so early wins
97.
certainly gives you confidence.
He's in the box seat. All Ayres now can do is hit big and hope that Morris doesn't take out the 84.
140.
Does hit
Tommy
big.
O'Carr, 84.
Bullseye for the match. He takes a breather, takes a moment. And now the gun takes aim.
59.
Can't quite
Danny O'Carr,
fire it to the
120.
target.
Danny Ayres has an opportunity now. He's taken out the tops early on. Just the leg before the similar position. He's just going to want to slide it in.
80.
Does not.
Tommy O'Carr, 25.
And a whisker and a Ayres away there from a tops. 25 out of the board.
Oh, and then he can't make the adjustment.
21.
He's hit the double instead of the
Daniel
single.
Carr, 40.
That's a real mess by Morris. And Ayres' prayers have been answered.
Getting shown the
Double
6 leg,
10.
Danny Ayres.
And just got in by the ears of your chinny chin chin boy.
So the final leg, Danny to through first.
Can't
Game
believe
on.
there, Tommy Morris. Opportunity goes a begging. Crazy part there is the quickness of the throw, not being able to correct it quick enough, launching it out of the board, which is, I mean,
96.
inexcusable.
Yeah, then the adjustment wasn't big enough, so he's hit the double, not got further darts at double.
100.
There's a really healthy lead in that leg, didn't he? Actually ended up getting one dart at the bullseye because of that mistake.
140.
Now I almost feel as though Danny's got a bit more confidence. The momentum's going his way. He was 3-1 down, now 3-all. Tommy Morris, yeah, again, the gun is taking aim and
140.
definitely staying in this game. But it is Ayres that is in the lead. Confident, comfortable. 171 with a switch.
171.
Now, Tommy Morris, over to you.
Gets the one treble he needed to leave a finish.
140.
Makes it
Daniel
2.
Carr, 94.
Goes aggressive. Now, does he go double-double? No, he doesn't. Stays away from that. So Morris will get a chance
54.
to mop up the mess
Daniel Carr
he
would have
made
been
for himself
21.
here. Who'd have thought he would have needed 1-2-1 for the match? He's not going to take it, and Ayres
45.
might nick it at the death.
Daniel Carr, 40. Getting shown the
Danny
match,
Ayres
Danny Ayres.
takes the game and beats Morris there. 4-3. Missed opportunities from Tommy Morris. Certainly coming through. And a scrappy game on Danny Ayres' part, but he showed his class in the end. Both players averaging mid-80s, which is really good standard for the game. But it just heated up there. 3-1 behind, coming in to win. Next up, we have Dustin Straver versus Darren Brown.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live and free on Pluto TV, and we've seen some close encounters so far today. 4-2 win for this man, Dustin Straver, in his opening match against Ashley Coleman. Then the next two games went the distance. His opponent here, Darren Brown, winning 4-3 against Adrian Gray, and then Danny Ayres doing the same against Tommy Morris in some topsy-turvy affairs, all of which could have gone either way, and it's going to be an unpredictable group, this. Even the game between Straver and Coleman, it was won by 2 clear legs by the Dutchman, but you felt that one could have easily gone Coleman's way as well, so no idea what to expect in this one, but 2 players that have won their opening match and therefore should be coming in with a little bit of renewed confidence.
First leg, Dustin, get through first. Game on.
Dustin Gezi-esque. Celebrates every single win as well. His throw
16.
as well is very rhythmic. Darren Brown more steady and measured. Old school
43.
battle as well, and we've done the breaking down of throwing, looking at Phil Taylor and Luke Humphreys. Now you get to experience the different
57.
setups. So individual, so unique.
Yeah, it's something we recorded before the show today that will be available on the Pluto TV channel very, very soon. But one thing
45.
that, Devon, you mentioned when we spoke about all that stuff is the amount of players that are now using this sort of one-piece flight and stem system. You can see
43.
that Straver's not using it because the flight's just come off, but Brown certainly is.
Yeah, and that is a Condor one as well, and kind of leading the way. I mean, there's
96.
loads of it definitely became more popular in the softer side with the Asian manufacturers. Quickly made its way over into
140.
the UK and the rest of the world, and now you can't. Many players can't even go without it. The one thing I do see with Brown's darts, though, I mean that only the point penetrates, and sometimes it can lay very loosely in their treble, whereas Brown has a bit more of a powerful impact on it.
62 for Straver when he comes back to take the opening leg on what's been a fruitful
99.
start to his Group C campaign
62.
so far. Can he back it up with a second win here? Treble 10 found perfectly in the middle as well. Double 8 not
46.
found. Brown has the opportunity.
WK 100.
2-dot potential, yeah. Treble 20. Double 10 now. Little step. Does not find it. Needs to step back now. Take his time. Great. That is great composure. Oh, just
80.
pulls it down and gives
WK 16.
Straver now a 3 dots clear. Double 8. Already missed 2. Double 4. This was his Achilles heel early on in the day.
Shown the first leg, Dustin Straver.
Finds it. The finishing, the outer ring for Straver. I mean, he's getting himself into positions
Second leg,
now
Darren,
in this
this
Group
lead
C.
first.
We've
Game
seen
on.
his first game, and we've seen him again just starting with a power scoring. Comfortability really on stage now showing. I think time settled on stage. The last 3 days was
57.
great for him, and he could be almost a dark horse in this group.
Yeah, he's playing really well so far. Standout performer for me in the first
140.
game and a bit.
Nobody spoke about him before this, as in simply because he came
137.
last in the group, but considering there was the winner went through with 18, 4 players won 16.
100.
He obviously just kind of managed, and when it gets to that point, players then just kind of revert and go, I'm going to be in Group C, so let me just focus on making my game correct.
100.
And he's probably done that, and now he's reaping the rewards, really playing steady. Darren Brown certainly not allowing him to just rule the roost here.
$128.
Funny you should mention Darren Brown ruling the roost, because there is another Darren Brown, isn't there? Darron, and he's called the Rooster.
That is why you get paid the big bucks, Chris, because you pick up on all of these.
50.
Not to be confused with
Car
Darren Brown, of
133.
course. I'm sure would be magic at this game. Straver looking now for treble 19.
59. WK 157.
157 here for the roof raiser. Gets the 7. Stays at the bottom. Went for the
28.
114, but
Just Lucar,
made a
74.
massive mess about that there. 74 now. Up to the double 10 route. Now goes double 18.
38. Lucar,
Made famous by
129.
Jeff Smith over the last couple of days as his favorite double. 129, yeah. We'll certainly need him on the bullseye now. He won't have the shot, so 36 for Straver to break the throw.
Lucar, 36.
Yeah, you're right about Smith. He's taken out a mortgage on double 18, hasn't
Each
he?
on
But
the
he lets
second leg,
Straver
Justin
rent it out
Straver.
on this occasion. 2-0 to the Dutchman.
Third leg, Justin, you through first. Game on.
Nice little early break for Straver, and certainly the comfortability. Darren was in a particular sticky situation early on with Adrian Gray and showed his strength in his scoring in the final set. And we see a bounce out, and I
39.
expect there's going to be a few for him today, simply because his dart doesn't fully penetrate the board. It's only the tip.
Speaking of breaks, Devon, it's been a little while since we've had you here at the
100.
Super Series. I've been keeping an eye on your social media, and it seems like you've been up to all sorts over land and sea. What have you been up to lately?
It's been an absolute crazy couple of weeks. So I've been on a 7-day cruise.
95.
With a German cruise, Western Europe. I know you're going on a cruise as well.
Working, of course, yours, wasn't it?
Of course, it's only work.
60.
It was 7 days of meet and greet workshops, dart workshops, which I really enjoyed. Brought through the IDSL kind of philosophy in that. And then, did 2 exhibitions
95.
with Max Hopp, Florian Hempel, Ricardo Petresco, Dragutin Horvat, and the legend himself, Glenn Girant, who played really well. Couple of 180s, through the most maximums over the period as well. So he's playing really well. And then obviously also currently now busy with remodeling in South Africa, one of the IDSL dart centers that we're building in
60.
an underserved community. And dartboard maths as well. As we see the 160 here for Straver, a 160 on shot. And he kisses the ring. What a player. And now leads 3-0. Darren would not know what's just hit him as the dust is settling and Dustin is taking the lead.
Yeah, brilliant. 160 checkout. He really is settling into
60.
this week here. What a start. This is looking like being for him. Didn't even you finished, did he, with that 160 checkout? Because I also saw pictures of you at Valley Parade up in Bradford.
That is correct, yeah. So Dartboard Maths, official partner now of Bradford
58.
City Community Foundation to bring the Dartboard Math resource into schools in the Bradford area and looking to take it a bit above and beyond into different areas,
140.
different countries. Dartboard Math has certainly been seen all the merchandise as well as the resource has been experienced in many countries.
140.
It's now with also piloted with kids with special needs. The fantastic thing is as we see 3 in the box here, I've showed you earlier on the base of 3, and looking at the way in which the dartboard becomes a cheat sheet for loads of kids, we're going to make sure that it's
57.
exposed in that way.
Just Lucar, 121.
Maths and darts has always been synonymous with the sport, but victory, for Straver could be synonymous
89.
with the day that he's going to have.
Great incentive, great work you're doing as always, Devon, but great work that Dustin Straver is doing here. He won his first match 4-2 against Ashley Coleman. He's
64.
averaging 92 and
Dustin
change here,
32.
taking out the 160 in the last leg, and this could be a whitewash
He's
win
on the
over
master
Brown,
Straver.
and that's what it is. 4-0. Well, it's a Dustin demolition day so far. A fabulous victory over Darren Brown, winning 4 straight legs here, Straver, and he is pumped after that. Average 92.49, 4 out of 9 on the doubles, only allowing Darren Brown 2 darts on double in the entire match. 160 checkout to go with a 180 in that game as well. Straver is setting the standard at the Super Series in Group C. Morris Coleman next.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lebanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back. Coming next, Tommy Morris taking on Ashley Coleman in the 5th of 15 games we are bringing you live on Pluto TV this afternoon. And both of these players were defeated in their opening encounters. Coleman went down 4-2 to Justin Straver, who we've just seen double up with victories after a 4-0 win against Darren Brown. As for Tommy Morris, well, he kind of unravelled, didn't he, against Danny Ayres. He was on course to win that match, made a mess of a finish, 25 he needed, hit outside the board when he went for the single 9, then hit the double 9, so didn't get a further dart at double, and the rest was history as the match went the way of his opponent.
Just like Tommy did through first. Game on.
And Morris has only been off stage for the time it took Dustin Straver to beat Brown 4-0, so the question is,
99.
has he simmered down somewhat since then?
There's no way that Tommy simmers down. He does nothing slowly. The thing is now,
57.
with a player like Tommy, and obviously coming through, he'd almost need to
99.
early on, not even that the situation of the game itself, but losing the first game, and also the players above you are not
96.
playing poorly. So this is a tough Group C, and like we said, I mean those early opportunities missed, where
59.
he threw off the board, where he could have won 4-2, he found himself losing that game 4-3. Those are the opportunities that cost him in Group A, and will it cost him in Group C?
140.
Well, this has a potential to be the quickest game in terms of the way the players throw. Both of them real speedsters of this sport.
122.
But if you look at the timing, though, by the time Ashley Coleman steps at the back and turns, Tommy's already thrown 2 darts. So he's also just kind of finding that rhythm.
97.
Just misses
Ashley
out on a
Coleman,
1-2-2 and a ton-plus finish there. Coleman now looks at 68. Has 2 darts in hand, so drops down double 16 to
Each on the
take
first
it.
leg, Ashley Coleman.
That's a breaker throw and an early break as well.
Second leg, Ashley
Tommy
did through
Morris
first.
now
Game on.
he's only having negative experiences on that stage, and you can tell it's just It's not making him feel quite comfortable.
Yeah, and he'd left
60.
25 though. I think he would have quite liked another go at that after what happened in the previous match. So sort of double whammy there with Coleman taking out the 68. Chance for him to exercise a demon, but didn't happen in the end.
100.
I'm thinking Ashley Coleman has nothing to fear about these new battles. They are flying phenomenally. And Tommy Morris certainly now looks like he's more angry than he is focused. I think it's a good thing. It's like Incredible Hulk.
57.
You won't like me when I'm angry. And finding that's the kind of rhythm he wants to have. That first dot
57.
nice, measured, and then the next come through like a Tommy gun that he is. But Ashley's just smooth as silk, that throw.
60.
Almost a windmill style at the back as he kind of rotates in a 360 motion. 164 on the bullseye now.
131.
Not so far. You can see that he didn't need to, but he just wanted to, just to keep his be sane. But now he's going to have to burn a dart to set up, and this is where it becomes a little challenging.
Yeah, you feel that he wanted that big checkout just to spark something in himself, but instead he might have to watch as Coleman doubles his lead here. 2 darts missed at double 16, and Coleman chooses tops. That becomes double 10, and he takes it, and Morris might be ruining that decision now.
And that is the thing there. He would be like, how did that just happen? Missed the 164. Coleman was a week and a day away.
60.
Missed it, and then have to burn a dot. And that's the silliness of this game. If you think about silly things, you do silly things, silly results will happen.
Yeah, not 44. Been his day so far, has it, Tommy Morris? It is a day of sunshine here in Portsmouth, but there seems to be a cloud following him.
140.
It's not a cloud, it's the Prince of Darkness. But certainly
96.
Coleman, yeah, just less treble, less visits, put so much pressure on Tommy. Now thinking about it.
140.
Step to the side. Coleman always he's just there and thereabouts. He's just lingering.
60. Tommy McCarr, 161.
Feel as though
50.
that the step was too much and his body had to almost be as flexing to the, or bending in a certain way. And
60.
so
Tommy McCarr, 111.
Goes 11, double tops. And as quick as it is, gives the undergilding thumb.
4th leg Ashley to throw first.
You can see the ironic celebration there, the double thumbs up from Tommy Morris, but he got lost a little bit there. He thought he was throwing first in the next leg. Still got a lot of work to do here.
100.
The great thing about Ashley is he doesn't even get involved in any of that. I'm just here to throw and I'm just enjoying my game
60.
and that's it. And he does that perfectly well. Smoothness of the throw, finds it almost just poetry in motion.
135.
Could have easily been a 180 there. Now Tommy is going to have to fight back. Certainly wants the break here and doing all the hard work. Finds the maximum. Quite sarcastic in his celebration and his grins at the moment. And I don't know if it's because
59.
he feels as though everything's not going his way. But he's throwing now close to a
55
ton average year. So playing really well. I think it's just not going his way.
Well, it can't afford to not go his way
97.
for too much longer. Remember, only a 2-day group now. If you're losing 3 games, you're in trouble. If you lose 4 games on your first day, then you are asking for a miracle on the second.
110.
110, yeah. Going to have to switch to the 51, but doesn't get it.
78.
Leaves it handy. 106 has to go. Tommy Morris hasn't been shy on the ton plus, but he gets the wrong
21.
first start. And that, when he throws it in frustration, he throws it away. Ashley Coleman now 2 more darts. Last dart in hand, and did Tommy Modus throw his
16,
opportunity
Tommy
away.
McCart, 85.
He could have left it a bit better and not given himself an opportunity on the ball.
Yeah, can just be a bit hot-headed at times, but he got himself into this mess. Can he get himself out of it? 7-7.
Game shown the fourth leg,
And
Tommy
that
Morris.
will be a huge release for Tommy Morris, who ties up this match. And he has the throw
Like Tommy to the first. Game on.
in 2 of the last 3 legs.
Why do I feel like we're setting up to a Tommy Gunn celebration if he does win? Because he's not done any celebration that was Tommy-esque. But you can feel it, though. Just the way in which he's playing now. He's feeling a bit more comfortable. And he just needs to settle down. He knows that it's not always going to go your way.
Yeah, he's playing well. Average now at 94 and rising.
180.
That 180 takes it up a full 3 points to 97. This is becoming a very, very top-level performance from
55.
Tommy Morris. And you have to say, this match and the game before, it's mistakes that have cost him.
$139.
Avoidable errors. Can he avoid any errors here?
He's got enough time here. But he only needs 88 now. Does
80.
not find it then.
167.
As Ashley Coleman just gets his fingers through his hair. Take on the 167. Sets it up.
93.
Only with a 93, so
16.
he will have 1 dart at the top, so if he gets all. But will Tommy Morris close the door and take the lead? He does not. He's done all the hard work and
74.
can tell the frustration. Just wanted to do a Colin Lloyd there and kind of take on the board itself. 1 dart on the double tops here for Coleman.
34. Tommy McCart, 16.
That would have hurt, wouldn't it? That would have hurt. But Morris can gather himself here. Just calm down a little bit. 3 clear darts at 88 again. And this time, he nails it to lead 3-2.
As a player, you always think, why couldn't you just
Ashley
done
to
that
throw
earlier?
first. Game on.
Like, just settle down. But like you said, hot-headed, emotional character. And I mean, that's what happens. He's a fiery player.
91.
Coleman just went about his business as it is. Tommy now finding his way
99.
back now, and you can tell though the level that Tommy plays in. That's the reason why he's a 7-time weekly finalist. That's the reason why you can
60.
almost expect him to be in the 90+ average. The pace has slowed down a bit, and he's now finding the accuracy, and that could be the trick in Tommy Modus's kind of artillery, yeah, but we still see the poetry in motion. Still not seen a 180 yet from Coleman. Tommy just needing to find that pace and
79.
settling down on the rhythm. Coleman, 210. Could he take this out in 6 darts and take us to a last leg decider?
60. $140. Ashley McCart, 150.
The question has been asked here. Morris is waiting, ready to complete what would be his first victory of this group, and it would inflict a second straight defeat on Ashley Coleman, who would need to recover his day badly. Tops for Tommy.
And
Morris gets the victory. Shake of the head. He did play well in that game, but the reason that he's frustrated with himself is because over each of his first couple of matches, he has made a few kind of unforgivable errors, missing the board in his previous match, going for a double, rushing his darts and throwing them away in that match, maybe going for a bullseye that he shouldn't have, but in the end, all has ended well for Tommy Morris. A 4-2 success over Ashley Coleman, has beaten for the second time in as many matches. Adrian Gray will look for his first victory when he takes on Danny Ayres next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV, where we're going to see Danny Ayres look to double up his win tally for the day. He got a 4-3 victory over Tommy Morris in his opener. Morris hit back with a 4-2 win over Ashley Coleman. As for Adrian Gray, his opponent, he was beaten by Darren Brown in his first game in this group, and he's looking to leave Coleman as the only player without points after the first 2 rounds of fixtures. Ayres the favourite with the bookies to win this group.
First leg, Adrian.
Most of the matches we've seen so far have been close
Game on.
run things. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if Adrian Gray were to pick up the points in this one and keep it very congested between the players in
45.
Group C. I'm Chris Murphy, the ADC Global Champion. Devon Peterson is alongside me. And I think we've just seen over the last couple of games a couple of players that have really put the foot on the accelerator in Dustin Straver and Tommy Morris.
No doubt about that. And I mean, you've seen many players come through here, and you know exactly what is needed. Like you said, if you win
85.
3 games on your day one in Group C, you're kind of in contention. Seeing Danny early on just avoiding a scare, and Tommy having to make a mistake.
One of them,
This is a bit more like Danny, though. I mean, we his number one or top player for the bookies to get through, and then also understanding his gameplay is a lot of the
43.
players in the back would have seen him and would have competed potentially against him on the Challenge Tour. You do know he's one of those players that are just bubbling under. Very limited treble visits, which if you're going to be a successful
57.
dart player, that's the key stroke to it. So Danny is in that position, and he will put Adrian Gray under a lot of pressure, and his throw is slightly a bit more
58.
fragile.
He's trying to break through immediately here.
100.
Finds a treble to help his cause.
I almost feel as though with Danny, his first dot isn't necessarily his leading dot. So he's one of those
60.
players that can correct,
Daniel
but you'll
Carr,
always find one with a
104.
3. If you have that skill, you always put in the opponent under pressure. That low dot will hurt him because he's going to have to find him waltzing all over the oche all day.
56.
Great leave there now, but Adrian Gray nowhere close. Can only leave it handy. But how handy will he leave it? Can't go trebleless here at all.
58.
This is on
Daniel
his throw as
Carr,
well. So
48.
an early break will give Danny some comfortability. And after coming back from 3-1 against Tommy, he
Game
now
shot of first leg,
leads
Danny has.
1-0 and early break a throw. Nice little 17 darter.
Second leg, Danny did throw
Comfortable.
first.
I
Game
think
on.
now that he's played his first game, he's got over the hurdle in the way, and I think that Adrian Gray is just meditating.
Yeah, well, it's a slow start from Gray, isn't it? Combined with Ayres' excellence in that opening leg.
132.
Gray didn't really get going at all. Didn't record a free-figure score. Didn't record a score over 90 in that opening leg.
140.
Changes that to some tune in the second. Yeah, one treble 20 in that first leg for Adrian Gray. That was for a score of 85.
140.
He's already doubled that, so he's improved as a player. But so has Danny. Now just slightly over the ton average. I think when you play against a player
100.
like Danny, you almost need to be switched on. You can't feel your throw. You can't feel how you throw wing. You have to know.
44.
Trebleless there from Danny, and a rare trebleless visit. Can Adrian Gray bounce back and find? He did go back-to-back 180s in his first game. I feel as though he's going to need some of that kind of magic.
81.
The conqueror will be conquered.
$65.
He wants to be better placed than Ayres here. Doesn't just want to match him.
$60.
And that's all he
Daniel
can manage
Carr,
to do.
120.
First out was important there, and moving to the 5. It's going to give Adrian an opportunity to break back as well. Do it within 15.
Adrian Carr, 120.
Mathematics there. 5 plus 15 is 20 plus 80 leaves 40. Adrian now just wants to slip into that treble 20 bed. That was a conundrum for me.
62.
Yeah, well, he
Daniel
felt that he
Carr,
couldn't
40.
see a way through to that treble 20. Opted for bull. Can't watch,
35.
but he will now
Adrian
hear that
Carr,
he's got an
58.
opportunity.
And again, like we spoke about earlier, how your dot penetrates the board and the angle that it does obviously opens up the bed slightly different. Double tops now. 2 10s to level up the game.
Game
He
shot
does
in the
level
second
it
leg,
up, and
Adrian Gray.
he couldn't watch for most of that game.
Third leg, Adrian did throw
Bystander
first.
and a passenger.
Game on.
Danny gave him an opportunity. 3 clear darts on the tops. He had 1 on tops, 1 on 10s, and went inside 5s as well. So certainly mistakes all around on the finishing.
It started really well for Ayres, but lost his way a little
41.
bit in that leg, allowing Gray to break straight back. If Gray can win this match, that'll mean 5 of the 6 players have picked up points in their opener, with
100.
Dustin Straver, of all people, winning both of his games and Ashley Coleman losing both of his.
So Adrian Gray there at the back, just feeling that, trying to stretch out and just probably almost not warm up the
45.
muscles, but relax the muscle, because I mean major and minor rhomboid comes into play, and the muscle over the back. And I don't know if he's ever had a shoulder injury, but what you can tell is because he's been here for 4 days so far, it can take its toll. And because of the way he throws as well, you can tell there's a bit of a struggle. This will be something that we'll be watching all through the day. Danny does not care. He just wants to hit trebles and win games. He wants to be joined top with Dustin. And he can do so if he is the victor in this game.
134. Danuka 121.
Well, the 134 isn't enough to leave him on a finish. So Ayres looking to carry on this break battle where every leg has been won against a throw so far.
81.
And I almost feel as though that's not a normal shot for Ayres, as he asked after 13 what he had left. But that was something brought in by, I think a lot of the Dutch players done that on the 1-2-1. Sensible way. The double tops again. Missed it the first game. Or the leg before this, double 10 now.
20.
It seems as though that is going to be, that's been a challenge for him. He's missed 3 before this. Now he's missed another 3 and given Adrian a second bite at the cherry. Oh, that is dropped. And that could be, there could be muscle tension, definitely. Because he's continuously stretching and trying to loosen up. When a dart drops that low,
Daniel
from the target,
20.
there is always a reason.
Well, Ayres then with another opportunity to break. He's missed half a dozen darts at double across the last couple of legs. And that tally is rising. Wow.
15.
He's really feeling it, isn't he? The misses are making him miss more, it seems. 9 darts missed at the outer ring now.
Getting shown the third leg, Adrian
2-1. The game could have been 3-0 to Ayres, and he now has to
fourth leg Danny to throw first. Game on.
He was in a similar situation before this against Tommy Morris and found himself the victor after a mistake from Tommy. But
59.
The one thing that I do note with Danny is that he does have a bit of, when he gets to the back of the board,
60.
There's a bit of can tell there's a bit of noise there. He's not fully focused. He's not comfortable until he gets to the survival mode, and then it's switched on, and then he has to quiet that noise down.
134.
So fighting the inner voice as a dart player is something. It's a skill that is not just natural. It's something that you have to teach, and unless you're not an over analyzer. But if you are, as most dart players are, you have to quiet down that noise.
Back across for the treble 20. And another.
138.
Superb thinking and superb execution to leave the big fish.
I think there's something magical in your mic, Chris.
30.
Every time
Daniel
you say
Carr,
something, it happens.
170.
Well, let's try it again here, shall we? Reel in the big fish. Oh, the magic has gone.
40.
Adrian Gray. A wild leg this is, and he just can tell the frustration is as if, why can't I do that all the time? Danny Ayres does not have to go for the bullseye here. He's now going to have to go 54.
41.
And I just feel like body language is saying a lot. I think for the player that is actually leading and playing really well, it's giving Adrian some hope. Just by Adrian knowing that he's not comfortable.
59.
Danny's not comfortable
Daniel
on that
Carr,
stage.
89.
So for parity, treble 19 was the target. Now treble 20, single will do. But it's double 5.
84.
Clips the inside wire and just
Carr,
makes
152.
the leg awkward again.
He's missed that double 3 times now, or 4 times. This would hurt. It's not going to be punished, but he can leave it handy and make this double 5 seem impossible.
A note that Danny Ayres has missed his last 10 darts at double. Can he end that worrying trend? Not yet, and he's having to move, which means that's probably slightly awkward.
No score.
It becomes a dirty dozen for Danny Ayres, and Adrian Gray wants 12. He will not believe the position that he'll be in if he leads 3-1, which he does. Gift wrapped by Danny Ayres. Gray leads 3-1.
Fifth leg, Adrian to throw first.
Bobby Joe said it best.
Game on.
Doubles for show. No? Triples for show, doubles for dough. Danny Ayres now. And this is where his head will be fried. He can't understand how he's leading. And on the other side, he's leading in games and not finishing. And on the other side,
41.
Adrian Gray can't believe that he's getting all this opportunity. Adrian will walk away here. If he were to win this game, hypothetical, if he were to win this game, he would still feel as though
100.
that he lost. Because he would have felt like, I didn't play well, I didn't do anything. That doesn't carry on into the next game. Danny Ayres will just be see a missed
95.
opportunity.
Yeah, this brings an end to the second round of fixtures. Adrian Gray on the brink of adding himself to the points collectors. There'll be 5 of them. 180 points collected there for Danny Ayres. The 100th of the week.
59.
I feel as though the 3-1 scoreline against Danny Ayres is the way. It's almost as if, okay, cool, I'm going to switch on when it goes to 3-1 because I can't make a mistake and I have to survive. And he's going to expect mistakes from Adrian.
96. Daniel Carr, 126.
Doesn't have to go the 19s route with Gray not on a finish. Just looking to set up something here.
58.
Could have been better, but he should get at least a dart at double. The problem is he's missed 12 now. And he'll be having nightmares about doubles.
118. Daniel Carr, 68.
Different target, different result. Danny Ayres there just
six leg Danny to throw first. Game on.
Changing the way in which he approaches. I feel as though for Danny, and considering that it's his debut,
57.
Just needs to get rid of all of these almost debut webs and indecisive kind of approaches. And the Modus Super
100.
Series stage does that. You have to kind of find a routine, a think point, a focus point, a almost meditative state. Because there's a lot going
96.
on. It's almost as if you're playing in a major world championships. You've got Paul Hinks there. You've got cameras moving around. You've got everything happening. The lights on you. And there's a lot that you have to kind of quiet down and make sure that you
96.
execute.
I always find that interesting, actually. It's similar dynamic here to maybe how you would prepare in a practice room at a TV event or a Pro Tour, how you're all sort of in a practice room where the players are chatting
59.
to each other, there's a bit of banter, and then suddenly you go out onto the stage and then you're in your own bubble, aren't you? So to switch between those two mentalities and not lose focus at any point is a skill within itself.
Yeah, I always find it quite challenging. And that's why when you start on day one in Group A, everybody's happy and jovial and everything else, and it becomes a challenge. Once you start, settling down, and it starts to get to
59.
Especially when it's the Wednesday, the room gets quite quiet.
Yeah, and you see it on the stage, don't you? You very rarely see friction between the players on Mondays or Tuesdays, but come Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, you can see the odd glance and maybe even a word or two exchanged.
$61.
Friends off the hockey, friends not friends on the hockey, and you can have experienced some of that as well. But he's looking to level up the game.
140.
What a 140. Game before this, he came back from 3-1 down. But Adrian, yeah, can just put to bed any demons. And the gifts, the early gifts, the 3 legs that he got gifted by Ayres, he could actually win the last one. But that's if Danny gives him a chance. What a great slip. What a great slip. It's a happy accident. Double 10 now to level up the match.
Gray did have a little glance at that dart, and he won't believe that Ayres has got away with that. One of the worst darts he's thrown, but it actually
70.
helped him.
Adrian
Couldn't make the
60.
most of it, and this is a chance then for Adrian Gray to pick up his first points in Group C. Doesn't have to worry about the dart in the single. Tops for victory. Has to go right.
40.
But he goes right
Daniel
beneath.
Carr 20.
Danny's been unsuccessful in this game on the double 10. Feels like he just wants to take the direct approach here.
Getting shown the
Finds it
6
with
leg.
the first dart, and Danny Ayres, yeah, getting value for money, playing all the legs so far
First. Game on.
available to him on the stage. 3-all now. Let's see. It's Adrian Gray that has the throw. He won't feel in a comfortable position because he knows that he's not playing at his very best.
Yeah, it was 3-1 up, and that double brought an end to a terrible run, didn't it, in the previous leg from Danny Ayres. Just settled down a bit more again. It's almost been like 2 different games from Danny Ayres, hasn't it? Started it really well, it really struggled in the middle, and now seems to be finishing with a flourish.
97.
And he's the one player that a 3-all game is going to be beneficial because the treblist visits, he does very limited of them. And as your opponent, you know that you're immediately under pressure.
Both players have been in this position already today. Adrian Gray lost a last leg decider against Darren Brown. Danny Ayres won a last leg decider against Tommy Morris.
Be 9 darts thrown.
140.
84 left, and this is a perfect, and especially against the dart. So Adrian Gray has to have a maximum here. But he can't have a trebleless visit, and that
Daniel
gives
Carr,
6
84.
darts to Danny Ayres, yeah. On the 84, you won't need to go 14. Let's set it up.
44.
He leaves it again on tops. He's not hit it in this game. But Adrian Gray can just watch and wait.
54. Daniel Carr 40.
So for the win,
Getting shown the
and
match.
Danny Ayres has nicked it at the death. Adrian Gray defeated for the second time. He was in a commanding position in the game, but it's Ayres who picks up the points. 2 matches won, both in last leg deciders for the debutant. Well, maybe isn't quite yet living up to his billing as a favourite in terms of performances, but certainly is in terms of results. He joins Dustin Straver having won 2 games from 2, and the Dutchman will be back in action after this short break when he takes on the speedster Tommy Morris. Welcome back. This is what's happened so far on the opening day of Group C. Dustin Straver getting off to a flying start. Victory over Ashley Coleman in the first match. A 4-0 win against Darren Brown in the second. He is on 4 points, along with Danny Ayres, who, as you can see, has won both of his games 4-3. And Straver, therefore, top of the table alongside Brown. Just to confirm, Straver top, Ayres second, Morris and Brown in third and fourth. So 4 points for the top two, 2 points for the middle two, and no points for the bottom two, which are Adrian Gray and Ashley Coleman, who is, I can confirm, definitely bottom of the table.
First leg, Dustin to throw first. Game on.
And yeah, we have a log
25.
leader. Both of these players played each other a few times over the last couple of days. Tommy's already suffered a defeat, a 4-0 defeat against Straver as well. So Straver's hoping for that exact same, but he's never been in this position
41.
in the Modus Super Series, obviously. And now being the leader, one more victory
85.
mathematically put him in with a chance for Saturday.
Yeah, if he were to win one more game, you'd see him sitting pretty.
60.
I mean, players have gone through on 14 points, but that means winning 2 on day one and then winning all of your games the next day. Players have gone through on 12 points, but again,
45.
you're looking at winning 4 or 5. If you can win 3 games on your first day, you might only need to do that again the second day. Probably 4 out of 5 would be enough.
41.
But if you were to lose 3 games, then you are really needing to win every game the next day.
39.
Becomes challenging. Straver's he's not striving like he did in his opening 2 fixtures, scoring just slightly wayward.
95.
And I think that back in the players' room, people will now be looking at Straver differently. He'll be knowing that there's a target on his back. Tommy, obviously, with his game
95.
before this, where we saw a bit of more of a Tommy-esque performance, mid-90s. You'd want to be repeating that. So everybody knows
59.
that Tommy's back.
Dominic 137.
Danny's kind of being able to pull games out where he's looked defeated.
97.
And Straver is one of the dark horses in this game. So I think there's a lot of thinking, a lot of talking happening behind the scenes.
140. Dominic 40. Getting shot on the first leg, Tommy Morris.
Tommy Morris has got a spring in his step, hasn't he? Now, it could have been different. He could have easily found himself
Tommy to throw first. Game on.
pointless, but he got himself together against Ashley Coleman, got that 4-2 win. Now
100.
kicks off by winning the first leg against the unbeaten Straver here, and suddenly Morris could be emerging as one of the key contenders for this group.
100.
Straver now just needing to settle down. Obviously being broken first. Tommy looks to the heavens.
30.
Just can't understand. But we all know why. It's the first start is not in the space. He doesn't have enough time to readjust because he's that quick.
60.
Both players here know how important this is. Straver wants to make sure that he stays on top. Because Danny is obviously
60.
lurking. And Tommy Modus could find himself, and then we could have 3 players on 4 points, which makes it slightly a bit more tight as the end of the day comes near.
$131.
Usually brings a few fans with him when he makes it through to a Saturday night. Tommy Morris, the
60.
Dorset darter. It was about an hour down the road from Portsmouth in Poole.
100. Dustin Car 141.
Slightly bit different length of travel for me, which is about a 5.5 journey, 5.5 hours.
I remember it well, Devon.
60.
In the end, they ground me down and I had to stop commuting and live nearby instead. That's nearby, but can he find the location?
Game
He
shot on the
can.
second leg. Tommy
Morris
Morris.
certainly does now have that positive outlook.
Third leg, Dustin, you through first. Game on.
Tommy Gunn setting his aims, becoming one of the
59.
This becomes a 3-horse race now. Tommy in this kind of form as well. You can tell there's a bit of a
58.
steely-eyed approach, so focused. Straver not striving into his very best. Only managing a 72. His game
60.
before this, he averaged roughly around an 80, 90 mark. Tommy hasn't set the world
100.
alight yet, but we know Tommy has a little switch. And then it becomes a semi-automatic.
60.
Haven't asked you yet, Devon, but of course we had Peter Wachiri back here last week in the international pairs representing Kenya. Great moment for
135.
African darts to have representation in the first ever international pairs week. Didn't quite work out for them, but he did end up going home with a trophy, didn't he? Winner of the Influencer Darts Showdown.
And it's so fitting as well because he's had a major influence in Africa, and winning the Influence event. I mean, that's almost like that's his Oscar award, you know, for putting Kenya on the map. Really performed really well, and I think that just showcasing his ability. I mean, even seeing
95.
Manpreet Kelsey, I mean, the quality that was on show for the international event. I mean, yeah, you can't begrudge the Kenyan team as we see
34.
Tommy Morris rush here for the 74.
146.
Yeah, they ended up in a tough group, to be fair.
100%, yeah. And that's the challenge. But yeah, we see a ton plus checkout. Goes on the inside, yeah. And Straver there just trying to steal. Come up with a party trick and steal the thunder there from Morris. But this could be 3 legs on the trot here for him. He gets the double 10. Oh, he's rushing, chasing. He
30.
does not find it. No location found.
13.
Straver now 13. Unlucky for some. Could this be his lucky break?
Well, it's not something you leave very often. I think he's making his mind up about which way to go here. It is the conventional route, 5 for double 4. That becomes double 2. Morris
9.
will return.
Tommy Wakar 10.
Morris goes straight for it as well.
Game
Finds
shot
it
on the third leg, Tommy
3-0.
Morris.
He knows that he's in a prime position here. And
Fourth
this
leg,
could be a
Tommy to
quick
throw
4-0. Tommy's already a quick thrower.
Game on.
And this could be a quicker game. But coming back to Peter Washuri, definitely exciting prospect. I think
100.
that seeing Manpreet Kelsey as well, for the Sheikh community as well, it's fantastic to see just
60.
Africa shining on the stage. That for me is a big thing. Yeah, and there's loads more to come. Loads of players. We had our first
125.
ACT in Kenya as well. And we had Okocheng from Uganda. I think he beat Peter Washuri as
45.
well in the final.
Yeah, the Super Series continues to offer 2 places to the African Darts group in every
45.
series. I believe Peter Wachiri is actually the next qualifier for this series as well, isn't he? So he will return.
He does love the Modus Super Series. The king returns to the
100.
Modus Palace.
That'll be week 6. And I believe, Devon, you're going to play again in this series.
Happy enough to get the invite. And
95.
yeah, can't wait. I mean, sitting behind the screen here on the top, it's great. It's enjoyable. Talking about the sport that we
45.
all
Tommy
love.
Wakar 136.
Better playing it. I do enjoy playing it.
And playing very well. Tommy Morris playing very well here. Looking for a 4-0 win that would really send Dustin
60.
Straver coming back crashing down to earth of the bank. Having won his previous game 4-0.
140.
And that's the reason why we
Tommy
play
Wakar,
with Condor
76.
full system flight, so that you don't have the pop off. But 76 now for Tommy Morris to pop off on this game for a pop finish. Double tops needed.
Game shot on the
Rounds
match,
up a
Tommy
4-0
Morris.
thrashing of Straver. Dustin did not find his own stride, and Tommy Morris there coming off from, he's got back-to-back wins. You certainly know that the confidence level is high. I was only found at 81 on the average there, and you see there Dustin was not his successful best. No checkout shots at all, as Tommy, sure, he had no shots on target. Next up we have Darren Brown versus Danny Ayres.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Yeah, welcome back to the action here at the Modus Super Series, where we've just seen Tommy Morris really turn his day around. He's now climbed to the top of the table with 2 wins from 3, lost his opening game 4-3 against Darren Brown, who is back on the stage here. Brown himself then lost 4-0 to Dustin Straver, who was then beaten 4-0 by Tommy Morris. Work that out. Danny Ayres is looking to return to the top himself. He's won both of his games, both in last leg deciders. Can he get another win here?
And exactly like you said, the quick turnaround of the games, especially with Tommy Modus being a few times more than most, knows exactly what it is to bounce back and make sure that his presence is felt.
Game on.
Danny Ayres coming both games 3-1 down and then clicking on. And Darren Brown will be been licking his wounds and getting beat by Dustin Straver 4-0. So this is going to be a crazy match. I think for Danny Ayres, he's now got 2 wins, came through the last leg deciders, and when he needed to switch it on, he did. And that was the most important thing. I think those 2 tests were assessments of what his week's going to be like or his couple of days are going to be like, but also just for him to feel I'm settled and I can play. So I expect now for him to kind of push on and play the way that we
100.
We think even the bookies and everybody else expect him to play.
60.
Yeah, 2 close ones, but a chance here just for him to exert a little bit of dominance, just to show why he is the lead contender with the odds compilers to win this group. This the middle match of the session. 7 more to come after it.
96. Daniel Carr, 161.
161 does not need to go, but he needs to leave it handy. 25 is definitely the shot, yeah. And his board management,
54.
great. Just execution on the end. Not matching up. Darren certainly finds himself in hot water, yeah. And a 4-0 loss on the stage.
87. Daniel Carr, 107.
Change the way in which you approach your next game. And then you have a 4-0 against Dustin Stryver, and then you're coming up against one of the performers
83.
of the group. So it just goes from bad to worse.
As we'll return then, this is not going to go. Can he at least leave it handy and tap Danny on the shoulder here?
100.
He does by finding
24.
that treble.
Getting shown the first leg, Danny Ayres.
Danny finishes there. Simple.
Second leg, Danny to through
100% on the checkouts. 1 out of 1. Something that we've not associated with Danny today. He's not been great on the outer ring and just finding his comfortability.
92.
Certainly finding a bit more comfortability on the stage on the scoring side, Chris. I think we're starting to see a bit more of Danny now.
100.
Yeah, and just wondering if, well, you said it at the start of the match, licking his wounds. I'm wondering if Brown still is feeling
58.
a little bit sorry for himself and struggling to lift himself out of the lull.
80.
I do feel as though that the length of his point just does not give his darts enough almost power to carry on, and I think a shorter point could potentially benefit him. It does have a little funny kick to it. Stands very straight
58.
up, and I know what that's like because my darts used to do that as well. As you see, the power that comes through Danny's throw. That point of release is such an important part
58.
as he swings his entire, from right to left, his entire right arm comes left, then executes on the right extension.
40.
That rhythm's in place. It's a hard challenger, is Danny. I felt the brunt of it before.
Next game after this, by the way, Ashley Coleman against Adrian Gray. Huge game for both of those players
81.
because whoever loses it will have lost their first 3 matches and will be really finding themselves with an uphill climb. Probably will have to win all of their
59.
remaining games.
Daniel
Might
Carr, 127.
get away with losing 1 more, but certainly can't afford to lose any more today.
127 now. Will he go for the bullseye?
102.
Attempts the bullseye.
Daniel Carr, 164.
25 left. This 164 is not going to go. Darren certainly hasn't hit any stride. Just, I think the 4-0 has taken the
Daniel
wind
Carr,
out of his
25.
sails. Let's potentially go. I would have thought he could go 1 there, but
Getting shot on the
double
second leg,
10.
Danny Ayres.
Certainly, the game before this where he was missing tops, 10s, and
Third leg,
5s.
Darren to throw first.
Seems
Game
as
on.
though he's not changing his modus operandi and just keeping on it.
Yeah, and it's 2 out of 3 this time, so we're not getting that big
99.
run of missed doubles that we did see in the previous game. He had to put that right, and he has put it right since. Darren Brown hasn't had a dart at double in this match so far.
140.
Not to speak it into existence, but I think that if Darren loses the next game 4-0, this
85.
game 4-0, it will hurt him on the leg difference as well. And That's one of the big things within the Modus, especially in this group.
100.
Because you'll get one player that runs away, and the second player generally comes through based on a leg difference.
Yeah, that is a
134.
good observation. He would find himself on -7 after 3 matches if that were to be the case.
100.
So he'll make a good account for himself here now, and has to leave it handy. Needs to chip back, but
58.
at 58
Daniel Carr,
now,
161.
125 is not where he wants to be. Danny has now 2 trebles. Will set it up nicely.
81.
Do not have the
Daniel
magic
Carr,
mic,
125.
but I can dance like him. 125, yeah. Will he go? Oh, he wanted the champagne shot, but he popped the cork before.
And that kind of thing happens when you are
109.
struggling, doesn't it?
Daniel Carr, 80.
It just seems like everything starts to go against you. It's like a football team at the bottom of the table who don't get the breaks.
Like Man United.
And how ironic would it be if Ayres now went out on 25 and Bull? Could happen.
55.
Would have been a total gut
Daniel
punch
Carr,
that for
16.
Darren Brown. He returns to clean up.
Getting shown the third leg, Darren Brown.
1 dart needed to get 1 leg on the
Fourth leg,
board.
Danny to throw first. Game
That
on.
stops the rot for Darren Brown. 6 legs on the trot. He's last on the 7th, which is the lucky 7th leg he got.
97.
Is there missing a big number, which was crucial because it meant that he had to deviate to the 25 and bullseye route.
59.
Now we look at the game again, and it's the first time we've seen Danny Ayres lead in a game as well.
58.
Yeah, until the last leg. At this point, he's
Correct, yeah.
generally been behind.
140.
And now we would have seen his survival game and comeback game, but there's also a game that you want to see where he leads. So what's that confidence look like? And that's what it looks like. Danny Ayres just flying through the air right now. Those darts are hitting the treble. Look at
126.
Unlucky there. 162 would have just given him a setup shot. Both players on a bogey. Who leaves it the best?
42.
Not a great visit, but Darren Brown now can set it up and put Danny Ayres under some pressure on this 1-2-4.
He made it hard for himself, didn't he? 116, slightly more favourable than 124, which can now only be ended on the bullseye. But he won't get a go at it. So Brown looking to level at 2-2 when he returns.
56. Daniel Carr,
Options on this.
116.
Treble 19 is his decision. And he's kind of blocked a lot of it. Yeah, it collided into that dart.
56. Daniel Carr, 68.
And Ayres can open up a really healthy lead here. A bit of daylight between them if he can find the double.
36.
Clips the wire.
Daniel Carr, 60.
Dan's darts has certainly just dropped low on every single target before this, and you almost feel as though it's not just pressure, but it's also the delivery of the dart and all of the balancement. And there we see again, just low.
50.
The control
Daniel Carr,
element
32.
is gone. And this is the challenge with equipment. Danny has now 32 needed.
Game
Finds
shown
the
the fourth
32,
leg,
3-1
Danny
ahead. Darren Brown now
Fifth leg,
has to
Darren to
hold
throw
through.
first. Game on.
Make sure that Danny serves it out on his own, or he would have only picked up 1 leg out
66.
of 9.
Yeah, and his next game is against Tommy Morris. Morris would have the darts in that one as well. He seems to be finding
98.
his form. Doesn't make good reading for Darren Brown. In fact, he won't have the throw again today. His final match is away to Ashley Coleman, if you want to
60.
say it like that.
And this is how brutal it can be, especially when you have the quality of players coming through.
60.
One little slip, and him going into that room as soon as you come through the door. So there's a player's room and there's 3 doors. The first door is a double door. That's the one that gets banged on a lot. And then the other one just gets you in. And then when you come into the room, everybody kind of either there's commiseration or congratulation. But you can always tell the player that's not in that great form, his shoulders are dropped, he doesn't look up, and it just creates a mood in the back. And I'm not saying Darren Brown is going to be the mood, the downer of the group itself, but what will happen is players will pick up on that mood and pick on him, so he'd become the target guy in the group.
60.
And that's the challenge of having a players room like it is situated now. But it's the Lions Den, and that's what we're here to do.
58.
And he may well lose it here because ours is in the treble 20 with 2 darts.
140.
And that 2 treble turn puts him on a very makeable 84 to break Brown in what he hopes is the last leg of the match.
$134. Daniel Carr 84.
What a great visit there, but how much pressure will that put on Danny? Oh, and he just slips in, and this is a great opportunity now for Brown. Goes over, settles down, has a sip of the water, does not even pay attention because now he knows how important this
64. Daniel Carr
84 is. And Darren Brown, it's your time to shine. He's going to need the bullseye. It's a big dart.
59.
This is the
Daniel
bullseye.
Carr 20.
So to finish it off,
He's showing the match, Danny Ayres.
and it is another victory for Danny Ayres, showing why he was the bookies' favourite on debut. Yet to be beaten, and this time he's done it convincingly. A 4-1 win against the disappointed Darren Brown, who exits the stage sharply. It's Ayres who's on top after winning all 3 of his fixtures so far. But that one, well, he sorted the finishing out, didn't he? The scoring might have disappeared at times in the game, only won 180, but an average of 83 and 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Coming next, Ashley Coleman still looking for his first win, as is his opponent, Adrian Gray.
Charlie McGuire 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
We have Ashley Coleman and Adrian Gray. It's a battle of the bottom. Both players pointless. Somebody's going to go home with points. And it will also be one of the most important games for them, because one of them will have lost 3 games already for today, which is, based on calculation, it is the biggest challenge. So if you lose more than 3 games on day 1, your chances of qualifying for Saturday, there's a high probability that you might not make it. You have to complete
First leg, Ashley to throw first.
a couple of wins
Game
and
on.
then have a flawless day tomorrow. But where we find ourselves now is Adrian Gray wasn't his favourable best. But Ashley Coleman has literally looked like poetry in motion, just never got the results yet. And this group is tough as well.
58.
But you understand that where Coleman finds himself and just the way in which he plays,
101.
he would not be bothered by being at the bottom of the log, because he knows that he can go off and find a couple of results. Adrian Gray, on the other hand, has been struggling just
83.
high and low and not really penetrating. No high scores, as in consistently. He's had 1 or 2 floodies games where he's really
100.
looked like the Adrian Gray of old, but certainly not at his very best today.
Hate to say it, but Ashley Coleman's improved since he changed those Modus Super Series flights, hasn't he?
140. Ashley 120.
They were freebies, to be fair.
100.
Just like we were saying, it's the importance of the equipment. You need to know that it's quality. It looked quality. He performed well, but I think that in his head he probably
100.
thought these are not
Ashley
the flights for me.
20.
Also, I think he only had 1 set, so once you've sort of chipped away at them a little bit,
Each
you
on
know,
the
like
first leg, Ashley
a
Coleman.
mouse has been nibbling at them, then you got to change them. This is much better, though, from
Second
Coleman.
leg, Adrian to throw
Perfect
first.
start,
Game
really,
on.
for the Prince of Darkness, who goes out in 13 to win the opening leg.
That's what he's capable of, though. I mean, one of the solid performers just stays consistent. I
139.
think that there's probably gears in his game that he will achieve, and with a change of equipment, he's
49.
experiencing real consistent scoring. And for any player that changes, it's immediate. Once that happens, becomes a
28.
real confidence booster. Just in the equipment, knowing that you're never going to go back to the old one.
Adrian Gray's been a real
26.
second leg merchant so far today. He's lost the first leg in every match he's played so far. In the previous 2, he won the second. One of them in a dozen darts after a
100.
9-dart attempt when he went back-to-back 180s. Not bad here, the lead that he's opened up, because Coleman has fluffed his line somewhat
60.
at the start of leg 2.
It's almost as if he just needs to settle down
84.
every time when he comes, so he doesn't all guns blazing. Just allows the player to kind of go forward and find himself in a position, and then
60. Adrian
pounces.
Carr 150.
What a shot that would have been. But now he can leave it handy. No panic, no rush. Coleman on 306 and
87.
Little giggle there from Paul Hanks. He's going to have to find a treble now. He's definitely not. So 6 darts
59.
from here on the 63.
Adrian 63.
If he needs them.
Great dart, great start. Double 12.
39.
You wouldn't have noticed it from that camera angle, but that wouldn't have been the easiest start. It was probably blocking the bottom half of that bed there. The good news is he's got a clear target still, and he seems
83.
to have
Adrian
all the time
24.
in the world here.
Game shot on the second leg, Adrian Gray.
This time he pins it to level up at 1-1, and again he wins leg
Third leg
2,
action,
having
the through
lost leg
first.
1.
Game on.
Darts is all about patterns, and it continues.
What a difference one leg can make as well. Adrian
60.
Gray today, he's only played, before this game he'd only played 2 matches. Darren Brown has played 3 matches. Adrian Gray has won more legs than Darren Brown,
60.
yet doesn't have any points. Both of his defeats were 4-3.
140.
It's very match play-esque, though. And he's there, though. He's
60.
just in and around, and I think Adrian will feel like it's just landing short. But also, what players don't
95.
understand is, and this is a funny thing, is that as a dart player, you have to be fit, and not just. I'm not talking just match fit, as in physical. There's a fitness that comes with the brain,
81.
with the mentality of the, especially with the grueling hours that you play. It's 6-7 hours a day that you have to be prepared for. It's practice. It's
45.
all of the things that come into play, and then how you rest at night. Are you having full night's sleep? All of those things.
Well, just a visible reaction there from Adrian Gray. I think he was telling himself to slow down. I think you mentioned earlier, sometimes when you play fast players, you can get caught up in their pace.
100.
He stepped back and just sort of said,
161.
Adrian, calm down, slow down, play at your own pace.
And it takes a player that is aware of his surroundings to do that, because a lot
85.
of the times you only actually notice that you were playing quick at the end of the game. And majority of the time, that's when you've lost already.
78.
Well, whoever does
Asuka,
lose is going to have a
76.
mountain to climb, because it will be 3 straight defeats off the bat in Group C. And Gray now has
60.
a chance, after seeing Coleman
Adrian
miss,
122.
to take out 1-2-2 for the lead. Treble 18 will be the first target. It will remain the target, but it's not the easiest with that dart above it. Not for him. Proved to be too tough.
82.
But it's a good setup just in
Asuka,
case.
16.
60 now for Coleman.
Game shot on the
Finds it
third leg,
first
Ashley
dart.
Coleman.
I think he will not be going back to the Modus Super Series
Fourth leg,
flight,
Adrian to throw
certainly.
first. Game on.
We might have it for the finals if he does get there.
I'll see if we've got a brand new set for him. How about that?
$58.
If you are coming down on a Saturday, playing our 9-dart challenge behind the scenes here at the Super Series, and it's totally free to enter, but you could get your hands on
40.
a prize which might just be a set of darts with those Super Series flights in them.
You're joking.
Not you, Devon. You're not allowed to enter.
You did say free for everybody.
60.
There's been some good scores, actually, from the punters here. Very much a dart playing public we have at the live lounge, as well as a dart watching public.
100.
This place comes alive on a Saturday, and I do love it, though. It's you get the energy and the feeling like it's just been building and building.
59.
And you're coming out to, I mean, where it's sold out crowds, and when it is sold out, they quickly pick somebody, though, in a event itself, and
57.
you can feel it because it's very much like a match play. It's very much close and intimate.
Just been told, by the way, the record for the 9-dart shootout here. See, you can have a go if you're going to try and beat the
100.
record, Devon. 421.
Who done that? In 9 darts?
Yep.
Is that with your own darts? Do
60.
you get to choose?
Oh, we have a selection of darts behind the scenes.
Is there a name for the person?
Devon, I've seen you do 501 in 9 darts before.
Yeah, but 400. It's tough though if it's not your own darts. You know what I mean? And if somebody came here and done that with a kind of mixed match set, then I mean, kudos to him. He deserved.
A place in Group C.
1-4 now for Adrian Gray to level up things, and not going to get a shot, but can leave it handy.
56.
56 is all he can manage. So 116 here to stretch the lead, and also the breaker throw. Not going to do it now.
34.
Feel as though that's
Adrian Carr, 68.
Coleman's Achilles heel generally at the end of games. Just letting small mistakes creep in and cost him opportunities. Adrian Gray now looking at the 68. Has to go.
52.
Not. This could
Adrian Carr, 82.
This could be a if he approaches the bull, or does he go 42? He does go bull, so it's 17 double.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, that's
57.
remarkable in that position.
Adrian Carr,
Even
16.
Paul Hinks was bemused. You could see the little, again, the expression of Hinks. All I can think is he thought he had a good marker. He thought he just had to hit that dart to get into it. But to go 7 bull on 57, it's complete folly, isn't it, Devon?
Don't know, these YouTube dart players, mate. They do their thing.
Getting shown the 4th leg, Adrian Gray.
And Adrian Gray there praying and just happy that he's won it. But I think that,
Fifth
I
leg,
mean,
Ashley to
as
throw
a player
first,
on
game
the
on.
Oki, you play what you feel and what is right. I mean, we see Luke Littler throw 81, 51, double 15 without fail.
94.
Seen Michael Smith do that as well in his prime.
And as an opponent, I mean, I've seen players that might have reacted maybe not so warmly to that, but as an opponent,
60.
surely you want your opponent to do things like that because they're giving you the best chance.
The sillier the better is what I say, and it's not like a
100.
point of, oh, you don't expect me or anything like that, because the only opportunities I get is the ones I carve out for myself. So I think that if they do that, it's like, yeah, please do that. Thank you.
96.
And that opportunity there, he could have been throwing for the match now. But yeah, didn't execute it. And he's the one to be paying
60.
the price.
Absolutely. He may live to regret that decision if he finds himself staring down the barrel of a 3rd straight defeat here. But he does have the darts in this 5th
100.
leg.
Sometimes I wonder those kind of decisions. Is it more like is it a braggadocious kind of decision, or is it
100.
I actually felt good that it's going to hit the bullseye? Because I mean, he went there for the 25.
And with him, it's split second, isn't it? Because he is so
45.
quick, didn't break his
Asuka,
stride at all.
147.
So that would have been kind of meditated before he went.
Well, ironically, he might take out a huge check out
Getting
here.
shot on the 5th leg, Ashley
Wow,
Coleman.
147 cleared by Coleman.
6th leg, Adrian to throw first. Game on.
Biggest finish we've seen from him.
What's more difficult, 9 dart or 147? I think Coleman's done both so far.
Yeah, let's not open that particular can of worms.
26.
Each of them have their difficult levels, and I don't think that it can be put in the same basket at all.
I'm not having hole in one in that debate, by the way. Hole in one gets in it. I've done that myself before. Straight through the windmill, over the water,
55.
and then it went.
Yeah, a hole in one generally as a golfer, most pro
100.
golfers don't go directly for the hole anyway. So you kind of don't have the best chance unless you're playing in certain competitions. And a hole in one is purely just luck. The wind has to settle at the right time and all of those things. When you're talking indoor sports,
60.
147 or 9 data, I don't think they can be split because both have their levels of difficulty. And yeah.
In snooker, players have probably taken out smaller breaks that were
140.
more difficult than a 147 because of the position of the balls on the table as well.
Correct.
Maybe don't get the credit that they deserve.
My only
Ashley
point is,
Carr,
I know you didn't
24.
want to open up this can of worms, as we see Coleman here on the 124.
Oh, he's giving us time. He's giving
Thank
us
you.
time.
The only thing is you can fluke a 147, so you can go for
44.
one target and it lands in a different pocket. That's the only argument I have, because on a 1-8 on a 9 darter, you can't actually fluke a target.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen one
60.
yet anyway where a player's
Asuoka 80.
really shanked a dart and it's gone in the treble 18 or something and they've still been on. But let's see if Coleman can be perfect here on the 80. Climbing the ladder to tops.
40.
Not there yet, but he has time on his side.
Adrian Gray staring down the barrel of 3 straight defeats.
45.
Yeah, he would have been frustrated
40.
not to have made it into Group B, where 3 players go through. Only 2 go through from this group, and Adrian Gray is going to have an uphill task if he loses this game.
No score.
The misery is delayed, at least for now.
A maximum, yeah, just to see.
137. Asuoka 40.
Yeah, could have just tried to rattle Coleman's cage there.
Game
But
shown in the
tops.
match, Ashley Coleman.
Here's the target for the Prince of Darkness to pick up his first points. A 4-2 success for Ashley Coleman, making it a great day for Adrian Gray so far at the Super Series. 3 matches, 3 defeats, and he's going to have to win his last 2 games to have any chance really of qualifying at the end of Friday. For Coleman, it's the first foot on the ladder. Coming next, Tommy Morris looking to return to the top of the table if he can get the better of Darren Brown. Been a great day's darts so far here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth in sunny UK. And it looked at the start of the day that it would be a difficult day, perhaps, for Tommy Morris when he was beaten 4-3 by Danny Ayres. He then fought back to beat Ashley Coleman 4-2, though, and that seemed to change everything. He had a real spring in his step in a 4-0 win against the then league leader, Dustin Straver. Morris now is second in the table on 4 points, 2 behind the unbeaten Ayres, but if he wins this match, he will go to the top on leg difference, and he's playing Darren Brown, who kind of is going through the opposite emotions today. He won his first match against Adrian Gray, but he's only won one leg in the 9 he's played since.
Game on.
Yeah, it's a tough game tough day for Darren Brown. I mean, he's gone from the frying pan into the fire now, and this is just the furnace. And he's had tough games, though. I mean, Straver, probably his best game for the day so far. Then he went against
100.
Against Danny was just tough, and now you've got Tommy Morris also on the up to the momentum. All the players that he's playing is the top 3, and probably the wrong time. And he could quickly find himself with a leg difference of 11 if Tommy's on the mission like he is right now.
Yeah, great start from Morris.
97. Tommy McCann, 96.
Treble 20, double 18. Treble 17, not found, but he will return.
36.
I think Tommy Modus is very intimidating with regards to how quick he throws and how accurate he is.
140. Tommy McCann, 60.
So you can almost blink and you miss it, kind of. He'll step to the right.
20.
He just bounces off there, and this could be a quick steal for Darren.
Do think sometimes players might be well advised to not leave 60, you know. Bullseye here.
61. Tommy McCann,
it's not going to harm Morris. He's going to return for a clear look at tops.
Getting shown the first leg.
That is the first leg, and a hold-up throw, and a nice little solid start there.
First. Game on.
There's a 16 darter. Brown didn't do too bad there, but in his head, it would be just another leg that's gone a begging.
Just going to qualify that point from before, but he had 74 left to last start in hand.
99.
In the previous visit. He goes for the treble 14, which is all well and good if you hit it, but then scoring the 14 leaves 60, which he sort of blocks the top target when he goes for it. It's just that, we were talking about snooker,
41.
but before, when it's thinking a shot or two ahead, isn't it?
I think his best shot there, like you say, with the way in which his darts stand up
24.
is either going 54 then and leaving double 10, and then hitting 18 and 16 and leaving a clear dart on tops instead of shifting and moving. He wouldn't have to move for that. Oh, he does move for it because the way in which his points penetrate. So I think that if he changed his points, it would change the way in which his darts sit.
140.
And also how it penetrates the board, which will give him a bit more power into it. I love that, though. Nice early release. Finding rhythm. Just
140.
Really good, though. Really good bounce back. And, I mean, he could have quickly come back here and shrugged shoulders, but he's up for the fight. That's the most important thing. It's not over until it's over. Another point is that if Darren loses this game, he would have lost 3 for today.
Yeah, commentary colleague Matthew Edgar has a rule of 3, says you can afford to lose 3 games, but no more than that in Group C. If it goes beyond that, then you are out. Not a perfect rule. Not a perfect finish from Darren Brown either, because he needed 2 double tops. Tommy Morris only needs 1.
And this for back-to-back 16 darters.
Definitely
gets that on point, and early break of throw again. Quickly that O becomes even bigger now because Tommy Morris, this is his throw now. Defense.
100.
Really, really racing. After the Danny Ayres mistake that he made on the big 9, you kind of wondered what that would do for his day, but kind of re-energized him, and you can see he's got that steely look, and this is 100. The Tommy Morris that we know in average mid-90s Playing really well. Darren Brown not rolling over, also in the mid-80s.
70.
Yeah, but that run of legs is getting worse, isn't it? It's now lost 10 out of 11.
And he'll be aware of that. You feel that, though. Regardless of how good he might be playing and hit that, it would just seem as though the opponents are getting everything
81.
right and you are not.
61.
He's not playing too bad, but the opponents he's coming up against are the top three.
What about that run of legs by Ross Smith, by the way, at the Players'
83.
Championship earlier this week?
Incredible. 24. Taylor-esque.
24 legs, the one without losing one. Took him to the title. Hit
42.
2 9-darters on the day as well.
78.
Well, again, we're going to see him try on this 60 with 2 darts. Has to move across again. This time, he pulls it off perfectly.
And that
Fourth leg Darren to through first. Game on.
is now 3-0, and Darren does not know. And this has been one of the quick games for us, yeah. And when you check it out, just
58.
the pace of which Tommy throws and the accuracy. I mean, you're not even catching your breath, and then he's on a finish.
60.
And as a player that has not won, like you said, what is that, 11 out of 12 legs, he's only won 1. You'll just feel like it's a hole
59.
that you're climbing into.
Yeah, well, we've just passed the 5 minute 38 seconds mark, which is the quickest ever best of 7 leg match
60.
we've had here at the Super Series. That was Tom Sykes against Brian Roman. We did have a quicker one on the Women's Week recently, but obviously it was best of 5.
58. $43. $38.
This one could be over in sort of 7 minutes' time if Morris gets the job done here.
100.
Well, Brown might be staying around a little longer.
60. Down on your car, 108.
This is an opportunity now for Brown to stop the rot and just find something in this game. He can turn it around.
76.
178, so he will be back. And let Tommy serve the game out on his
100.
stroke. So he's not rolling over. Not the best performance. But certainly fine. And that's the beauty of a dart as well.
Oh, snatches the darts out after finally winning a leg.
Fifth leg Tommy to through first. Game on.
Yeah, Devon, that match between Lisa Ashton and Renaud Sullivan just 4 minutes and 54 seconds.
82.
Lisa's a phenomenal player, as well as Lorraine.
Gray
96.
against Straver next. Adrian Gray still pointless. Needs to win that match. Then it's going to be Ayres against
99.
Coleman before Gray faces Morris. Coleman takes on Brown, and the day ends with Dustin against Danny.
It feels as though Danny's
99.
playing not every other game, but is having enough rest and enough time on the practice board
60.
and just settling. Tomorrow will be the reverse order as well, so it's going to be if Danny goes
99.
wins all of it today, I think that it becomes a 2-horse race really, and that last game can decide whether it is a 2-horse race.
100.
Tommy now on 160. Brown can only leave it handy.
96.
Which is done nicely. That's 160, yeah. Oh, just below, but can we double 10?
100.
Rush
Down
the
on your
last
car,
dart.
111.
To stay in the match. 111 needed.
Needed that treble 17. Not going to take it. Well, 60's been a
64.
story of this game for Tommy
Tommy
Morris.
Brown,
That's what he
60.
needs to win it. I said he shouldn't leave it. Is he going to make me look silly? Yes, he
on the mat,
is.
Tommy
Tommy Morris downs Darren Brown, a 4-1 win. It's another emphatic defeat for Brown, who's got that sinking feeling. But for Tommy Morris, it's a springboard to the top of the table. He's there on 6 points. Leads on leg difference over Danny Ayres. He'll be back in a couple of games' time against Ashley Coleman, because Morris has produced another top-tier performance. 4 out of 6 on the doubles. That's excellent. 66.6%. 78 the high. 180 in the match as well. Average just shy of 89. All is well for Tommy Morris right now. After the break, Gray takes on Straver.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Hello again, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Tommy Morris has just replaced Danny Ayres at the top of the table, though Ayres does have a game in hand. Morris with that 4-1 win over Darren Brown before the break leads on leg difference. Ayres, though, has won all of his matches so far today. He takes on Ashley Coleman in a couple of games' time. Before that, we are going to see Adrian Gray, who's at the bottom without any points yet, taking on Dustin Straver, who started the day brilliantly, winning his first 2 matches, but then was beaten for the first time and comprehensively as well when he lost 4-0 to Morris. And his day could really take a nosedive if Gray can inflict defeat here. But for Adrian Gray, well, based on the rule that we've been talking about today, Devon, it's kind of win or bust already, isn't it?
Tough for Adrian Gray at the moment, not finding it comfortable on that stage. I think that is just the loss against Coleman there, just kind of nailing the coffin. And there's no place to hide. If your form isn't great on the day, it's going to be exposed. And like we said, Group B and Group C.
First leg, Adrian to throw
the
first.
Mathematics gets or goes against you, it becomes an uphill battle. For Dustin, though, if he loses this game as well, it changes the way in which the top looks. So it quickly becomes 45. A two-horse race, and both of those players then have a comfortable movement into the final space. So yeah, somebody's going to have to either have a diabolical kind of shift in form, or we won't see those top two players go through.
Yeah, we are looking at a potential two-horse race, as Devon says, and these are the two who play the top two at the end of the day as well. Adrian Gray's last match is against Morris. Straver's last game is against Ayres.
78.
So if, say, Gray were to win here and then they both win their remaining matches, then it'll look like it's pretty much done and dusted before Friday even gets underway.
85.
It's crazy, but I mean that's just how it can go. And I mean we know that it's a tough group, number one, and
134.
I think it's just when results go in a certain way, in a kind of order. But you must say that Danny and Modus were the top performers in the group regardless.
We've seen just about everything, though, in terms of the way things pan out. We've seen players win all 5 games on a Thursday, then lose all 5 games on a Friday and not qualify. We've seen a player in Group B at the end of last series go through with just 2 wins. Rob Collins only got 4 points and he made it through. We actually saw one Group B campaign where we were one result away from every single player being tied on the same number of points.
Nine.
Dustin Straver, yeah, just
driving
ahead, and his game against Morris wasn't a comfortable game for him. He looked a bit tense, knew exactly what was hinged on 44. The game. And I think he feels a bit more comfortable with Adrian. Feels like, and I think that's the mood set when you come in from the game. Players will know exactly who they can kind of pick out to win.
First. Game on.
I think Dustin, yeah, is kind of trying to set out, and he'll have a 3-game break after this one, and then he plays Danny Ayres. So I think
85.
You'd want to make a point in this and get the points on the board so that he can have a final game shootout. Just make sure that Dustin or Danny doesn't go with a flawless day. Chris, what's your thoughts on the players coming through the ADC? The exposure is amazing, but the quality of the players, do you think it's indicative to the format that they set up with the ADC events that they host internationally? Or do you think it's just an opportunity to expose the top players in the different countries that don't actually get the exposure?
Yeah, a bit of both. I think certainly the standard of the UK qualifiers has continued to go up. So I think we're seeing a greater strength in the ADC in UK. Europe a little bit behind, I think it's fair to say, which is why at the moment we have a system where one player is selected as a wild card by ADC Europe, the other one is a qualifier, just to get that balance a bit better. But we do from time to time get qualifiers who go on and succeed. Let's not forget a former series champion, Marvin van Velzen, was a qualifier who then went on to win the series, gone on to get a tour card. So in amongst, and I'm saying this in the politest possible way, in amongst a few rocks, you do find a diamond or two.
125.
Definitely, and you see, and you get to meet loads of players as well, and it's quite interesting to just hear new names coming through and looking at the talent. And as we see, Dustin Straver, with the talent,
on the second leg,
and a 1-1-2 finish there, first time plus checkout for the match. And Adrian just can't believe his luck at the minute. Can't understand what is happening and why it's happening. He's just having to roll with the punches.
61.
Then he gets a bounce out. But Shaver there certainly will put himself in the mix.
45.
Tell now that Adrian is taking his time, This Coleman game, he was quite quick. Told himself to slow down. He's being a bit more methodical now. And I think that it's certainly looking a lot more like Adrian. And I think that I'm going to say this in the nicest possible way. It might be a little too late, but it's great that it's happened. And just there now, he's rushed back to the line and not completed the same motion. And he gets the opposite result. So if he does ever watch it back, Adrian Gray, I think you need to stand 41 on the back of the oche, wait until the player leaves, and then approach it. Because he is a methodical player. He's not a rhythm player. And when you get thrown out of that rhythm, it becomes more challenging. That's better.
Yeah, and that has its own advantages as well. Look, we see some rhythm players, when they find their first start like that, they tend to follow. And Adrian Gray does exactly that for a 171 from nowhere. But with the more methodical players, it means interruptions shouldn't really affect them.
But it's just sticking to what you do and what you know. And he's probably, you can see now that he is actually standing back because he knows, and this is the professionalism in him. Just slow it down a bit. Maybe his game has gotten so quick and he can't control it. And that flight system that he has requires him to control it a lot more than most.
Well, they come back for double 16. And they're both in the treble 5.
47. Educar 32.
Love this composure from Adrian now. And that you expect it to slide next to it. Just like that. And he looks a complete different player when he does stop and stand and just stay focused.
Game on.
And he'll quickly get excited for this because, I mean, he could win 2 games here and then tomorrow have a blinder and find himself in the midst of potentially qualifying this Saturday. But it has to start here.
Has to win this match, you would say. If he were to lose it, then he'd have to win every remaining match to have any chance of qualifying. 12 points, you can sneak through on leg difference, but he'd be looking at winning his games by big margins tomorrow. And, of course, he'd have to beat Tommy Morris today as well. But if he can, as you say, leave with 2 wins, then maybe he's got a slight more margin for error tomorrow, can maybe afford to lose 1, or at least doesn't have to win them all 4-0 and 4-1.
Oh, it's looking amazing, Adrian.
140.
Love that throw. He's got one of the sexiest throws in the game as well. Quite composed, straight through.
49.
I think it's only the equipment that'll do. I think that he's got direct. It's a bit like stretch though, like David
131.
Evans. Great throw as well. Technique. Adrian Gray, could he
60.
Could he pull in the carp?
170.
Well, this could be the table turner he's hoping for, but doesn't even make a splash.
40. Dustin Dakar 112.
112, yeah, he's done it before in the game. Will he do it again? He might go a different route this time. Different route, same result. The 1-1-2 machine.
5th flag Adrian to throw first. Game on.
Adrian now stepping back, but what a finish. 2-ton plus finishes, the same finish as well.
And you feel that he's at the point of no return, not just in this match, but in this group already after losing his first 3 games on Thursday.
45.
Adrian Gray must launch a huge comeback, win this game, go on and get another victory, or you'd have to say that his race for week 1 of Series 11 is run.
100.
This is amazing stuff. And I think the most important thing is Adrian will be feeling excited about that. Because as a player, when you are struggling on that stage and you're trying to do everything possible and find a way to win,
41.
find a way to find the form. He needs to step away from that, just stepping into the game again.
Let's not forget he picked up 8 wins in Group A. A tough Group A. He won more matches than he lost in that group, but has failed to find anything in Group C, which should be against lesser opposition.
41.
I think it's not more about the opposition, but more about his execution of his throw. Because you're expecting him to be Adrian Gray,
60.
but he's not. Just creating flaws in his game. We can be hypercritical here because we have the view that he wouldn't have, and I hope that
97.
when he does watch it back,
120.
he'll be able to see it. But
well,
position-wise,
also he'd be thinking, I beat this guy 3 times this week. Every single time they've met, Gray's come out on top. Now he wants to come out on tops.
100.
Gets nowhere near it, but he will return.
Striver, can only just, and you can see he's throwing the game,
42.
throwing the darts away.
Adrian Ducar, 20.
A 2 treble visit there could have put him under some pressure. But Adrian now knows he's got 6 clear. Feels like that was not the throw at all. This now needs to just slide next to it.
No score.
Rubbish, as Rob Cross would say. Straver now needs 2 darts in treble to put him under some
60.
pressure, but does
Adrian
not.
Ducar, 20.
Okay, Adrian, repeat. Different result.
No score.
Just pulling
Justin
it,
Ducar,
frustration coming through now.
He was on such a good opportunity in this leg, and now the 120 that he couldn't take out might be taken out by Dustin to put Adrian Gray's chances in the dustbin. And it's pretty much over for Adrian Gray already. He's going to have to go and win all of his remaining games to have any chance of getting through after a torrid campaign on Thursday. But Dustin Strava, well, he is right back amongst the front runners in this group. 3 wins from 4. What a turnaround for the Dutchman, who finished at the bottom of Group A. Only won 4 matches in that group. He's won 75% of his games in this group with 1 still to play. Coming next, though, the man looking to return to the top of the table, Danny Ayres, who takes on the Prince of Darkness, Ashley Coleman.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
nine.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series on Pluto TV, where the unbeaten Danny Ayres is taking on the Prince of Darkness here, Ashley Coleman, as Ayres looks to return to the top of the table. At the moment, it looks like a three-player split, really. Two groups of three, Morris, Ayres and Straver, and Coleman, Brown and Gray at the bottom half of the table. But if Coleman can win this one, then that could start to change, because he puts himself on the shoulder of the front three. But if Danny Ayres gets a victory in it, then he will move on to 8 points and leave Coleman on two with Brown. And after that defeat in the previous match, Adrian Gray still left at the foot of the field with no points to his name.
I think Adrian found some little
60.
almost glimmers of hope for his game itself, and I think that he will probably against Tommy,
60.
which is a tough customer and a quick player in the next game. Probably not the best game to be kind of figuring out things. But yeah,
59.
Danny Ayres as the lead on the bookies. It's actually playing to script.
135.
Yeah, and at first it wasn't massively convincing. He was winning matches, but he was winning them due to the mistakes of others and nicking them in last leg deciders. But I think in his last game, we really did see him stamp his authority down, didn't we, on this group? A 4-1 win over Darren Brown.
96.
Ashley Coleman's demeanor as well. I mean, just fantastic. Absolute. Does not get distracted. Just focuses on his throw. See, yeah, it could be a maximum there from Danny Ayres looking around, trying to figure out what he needed to do. As long as Coleman doesn't repeat that 82, I think everything will be fine.
105.
He's very much a darts lover, Ashley Coleman. He's really invested in this game. But is he invested in this leg
65.
anymore? Well, he still is.
After
that miss at tops, but it's going to take a seismic check out for Coleman. He did take out 147 in his previous game. Is he going to add the 152 to the roll of honour? Not quite.
Daniel Carr, 40.
So good. Let's put Danny under some pressure. He's missed it a few times. He's missed the double 10 a few times as well.
20.
Continues, and that
Carr,
shot
32.
there has just rattled Danny a bit. Coleman does not miss on the 16s. Just like that, it's flipped. Danny Ayres there with a 180. Put him in an advantageous position for the leg. The double tops came to haunt him again.
57. $58.
Challenging though, like a player like Danny, he's going to persist with the double tops. And when
25.
that happens, as much as a player you go, no, that's my favorite double, I'm going to stay there, I'm going to work through it. Because you're that stubborn, it's going to mean that you're going to lose opportunities, and you could make massive mistakes that change your fortunes in a tournament or game.
60.
Finding perfection here now.
Yeah.
Danny Ayres.
180.
Superb. As he looks to bite back after missing those opportunities in the first leg. Now, he has been on runs of missed doubles today. At one point, he missed, I think it was 12 in a row.
And his 13 dart landed. Double two. And he missed double tops continuously. But Coleman, yeah, just
133.
making sure that he stays in touching distance. And Danny Ayres will know he's in the game here. He's going to need 19. Now he's going to go for 32.
92. Outer
ring is bothering him.
I got a feeling that Coleman could take this out, you know. The bull to do so. Oh.
85.
But he does like the bull. We saw him go for it on 57 earlier. But Ayres levels up, one apiece.
Real solid throw. Both breaks of throw as well. So nobody holding their throw yet. Another 180 begging to be hit, yeah. As Ayres finds some.
180.
Some real rhythm and just flow so far. 2 legs thrown. Danny Ayres on 3 180s already. 3 legs thrown. But this is what we've expected from him. And I think he's now comfortable. He's now running ahead. Likes to be ahead. Coleman just there.
140.
Coleman is there. Swinging punches, making sure that Danny doesn't have all its own way.
Yeah, taking control here as
137.
Coleman just trying to jab away. There's nothing he can really do, though, to land a glove on him. Confident, composed, assured.
26. Daniel Carr, 44.
And now an 11 dart leg.
And again missed by the tops. Finds the double 10 this time, so persistence is key.
4th leg asked you to throw first. Game on.
But I do think that there's if he doesn't fix it, it could cost him more than staying on it and persisting. The way in which he's throwing now, scoring-wise, absolutely phenomenal. Find himself in a mid-90 range. But his 180 hitting has been fantastic.
100.
He's also got a nice little shirt, though. You see that zip that goes all the way down. I think that I'd love to see Steve Beaton in something like that. Oh, you've got that one. Is this a trend now? Buttons are old-fashioned, yeah.
Dedicated follower of fashion.
140. $99. Asuka 161.
So 161 for Coleman. He's got 2 visits. He'll go for this. But he ain't going to get a go at it.
I feel as though it just goes like, yeah, I want to get this for the YouTube. Just clip it, and I'll get it. And he will go directly for the 38, will he? Yeah, he looks straight. No,
oh, he did at first, and he didn't fancy it, did he?
Look, that's 6 there.
Being shown the 4th leg.
32, fantastic. I feel as though there's nothing distracting him. His range is perfect. He just moves in the straight.
Johnny to throw first.
Playing a similar kind of game. I mean, it's 17, 16, 17 darts this game. Players are averaging now mid-90s, high 80s, which then leaves you on a 16, 17 darts are continuous.
85.
And I think the pace as well suits both players.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. And it's certainly making the game very, very enjoyable.
95.
So is the standard, though. Danny Ayres has just scored 95. That's pretty much what he's averaging in this game.
$100.
If you replicate that throughout all your games, that's week winning level, isn't it?
59.
And it's a good week winning level as well. Sorry, Devon. Yeah, if you look at players that qualify for Champions Week, if you're averaging 91 plus, you're pretty much guaranteed to be in Group A on that Champions Week. And the groups are selected by the averages of the weekly winners.
100.
Point of release of Coleman's throw is just so impressive. Danny needs a 147. He needs a big one. He's not going to get it. So Coleman comes back here for an opportunity to break Danny Ayres' throw at a crucial point as well. He's going for...
Well, he's at it again.
53.
I don't know what Jack referee's doing with this, with Coleman.
Well, it'd be ironic if Ayres went straight for the bull, but he hasn't got any time for such nonsense.
Getting shown the fifth leg, Danny Ayres.
It didn't stop Coleman winning his previous game when he went a similar kind of route.
First, game on.
That one was kind of... He could have hit the treble and not had to go for the bull, but it was still bizarre. Didn't give himself a shot at an outer ring double when he could have. Lost the leg. Does it result in him losing the match? And this is a huge match for Ashley Coleman. If he loses it, he stays on 2 points. The gap gets bigger. If he wins it, he's only 2 points behind Danny Ayres.
44.
And the top of the table.
I feel as though the board management on the treble is incorrect. Because if he likes 36 that much,
44.
That's not the way to kind of go for, especially 78. So you want to make sure, I mean, he's 32 shooting is great.
100.
The checkouts on the tops is great. So, I mean, I don't get the bullseye route, but each to his own.
59.
Yeah, a quite prominent professional dart player once told me that they found it easier to hit 3 bulls on a 150 than they did going any other route.
Simon Whitlock, no.
Then again, someone told me once that Sheffield Wednesday might win the cup one day.
145. Ashley Carr, 130.
That's not true either.
Are they a rock band?
105. Daniel Carr, 170.
Painful Coleman. Going for bullseye all the time. And
96.
And I mean, in
Ashley
that
Carr,
case,
25.
he should have gone. But this could have been his winning double. Needs double 10 now. Double 5 races up.
15. Daniel Carr, 74.
Such a hurry. 74 now for Danny Ayres to be at the summit of the table. Now needs double 10. He's missed this a few times. And do the mathematics. 40 plus 14 equals 54. Double 10. The maths doesn't math.
54.
It's not mathing at the moment.
10. Six.
Well, Ayres looking to remain undefeated on his debut day at the Super Series. Takes aim at double 10. That becomes double 5. And Ayres wins again. And that could be a crushing blow for Ash Coleman. Beaten 4-2 by the table-topping Danny Ayres, who's now won 4 matches out of 4 and is cruising towards qualification on his maiden Modus appearance. 88.09 the average. Coleman was decent in that game, but a questionable attempt at 78 where he ended up on the bullseye really did turn the tie in Ayres' favour. He wins again. Up next, Adrian Gray takes on Tommy Morris. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, brought to you live from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth in the UK, where Group C is entering the final round of fixtures on the first of 2 days of action. This is the first of 2 sessions of live action brought to you on the Modus Super Series channel, live and free on Pluto TV today. And it's been a decent day for Tommy Morris. Could turn into a very, very good one if he gets the win over Adrian Gray. But for him, it has been a darting disaster. 4 matches, 4 defeats, no points. Can he salvage something in his final match here? Devon Peterson alongside me. Devon, we had the International Pairs event here last week at the Super Series. It was very well received, and I saw the announcement for the World Cup teams that you're going to be back representing South Africa. Looking forward to that.
First leg, Adrian,
100%. I mean, watching the international players, looking at the quality that you had on show, it was a real great spectacle, and just showing all the players that have been on the Modus Super Series, seeing Kenya get involved as well as part of the African
100.
teams, and now announcing myself and Simon Adams as the pairs for South Africa, which is fantastic. Really appreciate the invite, and I think that it's only testament to our contribution to Modus and your love and appreciation for Africa and what
100.
we do, and we do appreciate that.
Opportunities for all, and you'll be playing with Cameron Carolison in the PDC World Cup, is that right?
Yeah, in the World Cup in Frankfurt on the 12th to the 15th of June. It's something that I'm really looking forward to as well. It's been the reason for my improvement in the form has been particularly
57.
all down to Modus and obviously creating that platform, but not just a platform, but it's the perfect platform. It's competitive practice. It's on a stage. It's on a stage
81.
equipped or leveled at the PDC level. So yeah, it's the perfect practice place. It's a competition level that is phenomenal. Second best to none, really.
45.
I think it's the best throw in the world. And I think that's kind of put me in the positions, that I am now.
Yeah, well, some thrive, some just trying to survive, and that's where Adrian Gray is right now.
45.
As we mentioned, he needs to win this match and then probably every single match tomorrow just to have a chance to qualify now. But at least a win here would give him some kind of hope, when he's felt like he's had no hope all day, and that dart, I think, typifies the way things have gone for him.
It always feels as though when it's not going your way, like things could go, it goes just the opposite. There's no middle ground. Modus, now with a major ton plus, and just see Adrian Gray there shaking behind his head like, that's my luck. Sounds a bit Kevin Bainter.
Yeah, he thought he was going, didn't he? Can this go 120? He had a dart at tops for this in his previous match, and the game then got away from him from that point because he went on to miss more doubles in that leg.
88. Tommy Carr, 38.
It's a good leave. Morris could choose to leave the same thing. Well, that was the intention, but it's going to be double 14 instead. No harm done if he hits it. Double 7. Gray looks away.
24.
But he'll come back.
Adrian Carr, 32.
Shakes his hair, eyes closed, hand over his face. I think that the demeanor, the composure, and also the negative self-talk is the Achilles heel of every dart player. And then in the end, executing like that, there's no positive that comes from that, except that you've won the leg. Because now you have to kind of dig yourself out of that negative self-talk. And I try and stay positive, and I know that it is challenging for many dart players. I think that it's one of the areas that we all need to focus on and just make sure that the negative self-talk is only going to make it worse.
43.
So first leg does go the way of Gray on this occasion, surviving a few bullets from the gun. He missed 3 darts
60.
to win it himself. Remaining fixtures, Ashley Coleman against Darren Brown. One of those players will end the day on 4 points, the other will stay on 2, and we'll have it tough tomorrow.
94.
And then Dustin Straver taking on Danny Ayres, who's looking to be unbeaten on his debut date.
60.
Great day so far for Danny Ayres, and you could see he come into his own back end. He started early on.
44.
Probably was almost a baptism of fire, coming in 3-1, needing to win, winning against Tommy.
134.
Again, 3-1, winning his next game as well. I think that was against Coleman. And then just finding his feet and now stretching his legs. Really, really
80.
solid. Adrian Gray not having the best time on the Oki.
43.
It's the worst place to be for the player. It's not great, but I bet you he will recover. The treble 20 will be found.
I hear it so often that players say you play your best
45.
darts when you're not thinking, when you're just totally relaxed. And I think sometimes a couple of defeats and players can just get too sort of intense. They just try too hard. They start to think everything's going against them. They start to hear every little noise in the background. I remember when Glenn Durrant played here. He won't like me for reminding everyone that he lost all 8 of his games in Group B. However,
85.
he did the bullseye challenge before he played,
82.
which was a bit of fun. His first dart flew straight in the bullseye, and he was having a laugh. But when he went on the stage, he was a totally different character.
62.
So
Adrian
serious.
110.
I think it's the one to win. So as a dart player, you are the player, the coach, the motivator. There's many hats, and there's a lot of noise in your head. And all he wants to hear is game shot.
Second leg, Adrian
And he
Gray.
does with a point as well. He can't believe his luck now. I mean, playing against Tommy Modus,
Third
yeah.
leg, Adrian to throw first. Game on.
Playing solid, but taking his time, and that's the importance of it. When you have the negative talk with yourself, it's either you can be talking as Adrian the coach, Adrian the motivator, Adrian the
60.
critic, and that's all in one person. And dart players have to kind of quiet those, and that's why I talk about the quieting of the noise. And it's challenging though, because that noise is so loud. Sometimes you
99.
just can't quiet it down, and your brain gets fried. But it looks like he's taking his time a bit more.
59.
He was a lot quicker in his throw, in his approach to the Oki, not giving it enough time to set up. I think all of those elements play into
100.
a flawed throw, and he might be walking away here and going, I was rubbish, I never played well. But what were the elements? And we were speaking about this early on when we did the segment of Break Down Your Throw. It's
23.
It's all of the things, equipment, it's mentality, it's understanding the small bits, finding it. It's just not right.
It's knowing where the darts landed.
174.
That was nonchalant from Tommy Morris. Brilliant 174.
I do like this of Adrian now, that he's taking his time, he's approaching it correctly. And I think that is the one that stands him in good stead. Not the rhythm throw.
59. Tommy Car 128.
But he's a group of pretty quick players. Do you think Adrian Gray's just found that tough, that he's playing against fast players in every game?
I think so, but Bobby George gave me some great insight. He says that if you control the way in which you play, nobody can control it. So if you, for example, played through every 10 seconds, regardless of how quick the other person would be, how slow they are,
Tommy Car 40.
Regardless of how funny that was,
Game show on the
Tommy
third
checks
leg,
out
Tommy
and
Morris.
breaks the throw. And it just
Tommy
means
to
that
first. Game on.
Adrian Gray just has more conversation. But the good thing about this is that when you are focused on your throw and your throw alone, you won't get absorbed into the game because your pace remains your pace. And I think that Phil Taylor done this perfectly.
Yeah, one of our colleagues here at the Super Series, Scott Mitchell, walks at the pace he walks at for exactly that reason. So he is always doing the same thing. I mean, this is remarkable. Adrian Gray suddenly has it back-to-back 180s, but he's lost a leg in between them.
44.
And that's exactly what you're saying there. Scott Mitchell is the one that told me about it, and then I spoke to Bobby George. And just missed the
125.
Well, we did see him earlier, didn't we? Hit back-to-back 180s at the start of a leg. He's hit one at the end of a leg, one at the start of the leg, and then another treble 20. Adrian Gray is looking likely here
100
to level this match up. To lead by 2 legs.
He's found it.
He's not missed a double either in the game. 2 out of 2 on that. He's hit 2 maximums.
140.
This is the Matrix moment right now. He's found it. And the crazy part is you'll see him talk less to himself because he knows that he's in that zone. He wants to stay there. He's not going to do it. He just shouldn't rush. He should just take his time.
Topsy wants for 3-1.
That's the second time today that he's done that.
24.
And the thing is, Devon, having found it, he now wants the group to just continue, doesn't he, today? He doesn't want to go and sleep on it and have to start again tomorrow. He'll fancy himself to keep winning if he gets the job done here, but tomorrow's another day and it'll look like an uphill task again.
I think just stepping away from the Modus Super Series this week and finding that would be a great win for him. Because if he does come back in the next series, great. He will be playing some Challenge Tour events, I think, or ADC events, and he'll find himself in a great position. 80, yeah, double 10 needed now to level up the game. What a shot from Tommy. And as much as we're talking about Adrian, this is a major moment for Tommy, because what it's going to mean is if he loses the match, he goes into the mix of players that still need to kind of compete tomorrow. If he wins, he kind of puts himself into Saturday just with a few results needing to go to his way.
I think if he wins this and Danny Ayres beats Dustin Straver in the final match of the day, then I'd find it very difficult to see the top 2 changing tomorrow.
140.
But he has to win this game, and that's the big thing. We've been focusing on Adrian, and you're like, Adrian's great. He's getting there, expecting Modus to win, but
for me, it's the negativity though. It's no longer internal, is it? He's displaying it all. He's letting it all out, and he's doing it for Tommy Morris to see and feed off.
Yeah. He's kind of exposing himself's blood in the water, and Tommy's like the shark, so he's just going to go. Every time he goes to the board now, when he does it, if there's a reaction, Tommy's going to go, I got you. So he's going to be comfortable, and he's going to be able to throw without any stress. If there's a player 100. That doesn't have any expression, like a Steve Beaton, you never know when he is beaten because he just operates on the same motion, pace, whatever.
93.
And he'll shake your hand whether he's won, lost in the same manner. So I think that having those kind of those moments and points in the game, it will cause you to almost sabotage your performance.
Chance then for Morris to lead this match when he toes the hockey again. 62 the requirement.
58. Tommy Lucar, 62.
And he's got 2 visits to do it.
Game shown on the 5th leg, Tommy Morris.
Morris finds the last one there now, and
6th leg, Tommy to third first. Game on.
So that means that he's 1 away from potentially having an amazing day, except for the first game 85. That he missed out on the 25 to beat Danny Ayres, so he could have gone unbeaten in this game.
Yeah, it was 4-3 in Ayres' favour, but it was a big mistake, a real mess actually from Tommy Morris on that 25. When you think back to the start, that's the difference between him being the player that's 100. Unbeaten and Danny Ayres being the one that wins all his matches.
And tomorrow, because this flips it down, their game might just be a...
Yeah, they could both be through by then.
Yeah, dead rubber.
80.
Maybe even playing for who finishes top of the table.
Which we do know in the Modus does have a financial advantage.
60.
Yeah, and if you win Group C, you avoid the Group A winner in the Saturday night as well. Jeff Smith will be in Group
84.
1 with the 2 runners-up, Group B and Group C, whereas the winners of Groups B and Group C will be in with the 3rd place in Group B.
But did you ever find the Saturday? He'll be feet 60. Up today, not having lobster rolls. When I was in Canada, that was the thing. Have a lobster roll.
I think Mervyn King will be the interesting one. He
81.
would have really wanted to win that group, having been here 3 weeks out of 4 for various things, Champions Week, international pairs, and now the first week of the following series. I think he probably would have benefited the most from those 2
100.
days off, and we're going to see him tonight.
Rumour has it he's already practicing in the back.
131.
Tops for Tommy when he returns. Adrian Gray, well, he's faded away, hasn't he, as the day's gone on. It has been a luckless, winless, pointless day.
40.
For Adrian Gray, and Tommy Morris, despite losing his first match, is on course to win his following 4. Double 10 to do so. And Tommy Morris inflicts more pain, more misery, and another defeat on Adrian Gray. In doing so, effectively eliminates him from the running tomorrow and puts himself in a brilliant position to qualify. He's top of the table as things stand, 8 points for the gun, who has won 4 of his 5 matches, only losing to Danny Ayres in a last leg decider in his first. Ayres, looking to remain unbeaten, takes on Justin Straver in the final game of the day, but before that, Ashley Coleman and Darren Brown will go head to head at the other side of this.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back. 2 more games to bring you this afternoon, but don't worry, we've got 10 more live matches tonight as Group B gets underway. It's a tasty one as well, featuring some top players from the world of darts, the likes of Mervyn King, former World Master, multiple major finalists in the PDC as well. A former World Youth Champion in James Hubbard in action this evening. Adam Mole, David Evans and Gary Stone all in that group tonight. But this afternoon is coming to a close, and Ashley Coleman and Darren Brown will really feel they must win this final game. Both of them have just one win, therefore 2 points. And victory here would just keep them clinging to the cliff edge, give them hope when they lay their heads to rest this evening. They will play each other, of course, in the first fixture of tomorrow as well. So if somebody can double up, they'll be on 6 points and suddenly might just be ready to make a late charge to try and catch Tommy Morris and Danny Ayres, who, the way things have gone in this group, you'd have to say 85. If he wins his last match, he might as well start telling his friends and family to head to dartshop.tv and book their tickets for Saturday night.
Getting sewn up on a Thursday is a beautiful feeling, but the way in which you played was just phenomenal through the day, coming through some tight games early on, finding comfortability, and then just kind of showing scoring prowess. That's Danny Ayres, and then Tommy obviously stumbling in his first game, but finding it easy through the rest. I mean, there's many permutations, but you do know if the two players at the very top, if they perform like they did today, it's not changing.
$53.
Do you think anybody is unlucky today not to be in touching distance?
100.
I'd almost go Coleman, definitely for me. Like, I think there was obviously Dustin.
100.
Dustin had a few great games, but against Tommy, he didn't turn up, and that cost him. But Coleman seems to be in every single game, and this could be a magical moment. Yeah, it just goes low, and the story of Darren Brown. But I think that Ashley, just the way in which he's played, he's been in every single game, and the players had to play well against him.
32.
It's a rare miss there on the 32. Who would your player be?
I'd probably say the same. Coleman probably will feel he merits a couple more wins from the performances. He's had moments, hasn't he, but never really managed to put them all into the same performance.
And we see there that Darren Brown checking out as we now cover the 32, and Coleman missing he's been quite efficient on that 32 segment, and you'd have felt like that was an opportunity that he missed. And I feel as though he didn't have that luck today in those 59 opportunities coming back. For another chance on the double. So it seems like if he misses, then that's it.
$41. $134.
Coleman just rolling with the punches, and really showing his ability to be a challenger.
125. $91.
Darren Brown, could, if the opportunity arises now, and he wins big in this game, he'll
96.
To have an opportunity tomorrow.
120.
He's going to need to win some big matches, some heavy scores.
100. Daniel Carr, 121.
Heavy score here, a big finish would double Darren's lead. Treble 17, not found, so Coleman coming back for double 10.
85. Asukar 20.
Double 5. And still
15.
Overdoes it.
Asukar 36.
And those are the opportunities that Darren is waiting for. He's not got them against Dustin or Danny or Tommy.
First, game on.
And now finding them and having those opportunities.
180.
Well, what a start from Coleman in response.
82.
And look at this. Oh, well, you know what was coming, don't you, if he'd found that third treble 19.
You would have gone 57, 57, 36.
60.
Did see Romeo Gerv about to take out 150 with 3 bulls. It wasn't at the end of a 9-dart finish, mind.
113.
He won't be at the World Cup this year as well as partnering
44.
Modus.
Asuka 75.
Nonchalantly
51.
there, 40, 24 left. Thought he would have left bullseye. But now running ahead now.
134. Asuka 24.
6 darts ahead in the leg before this and lost. Feel as
Each on
though
the
it's not
third
going
leg,
to happen
Ashley
again.
Coleman.
And Ashley Coleman now really scoring well. And
Fourth leg Darren to throw first.
I feel as though if he limits the amount of unforced errors, it could be an absolute beast of a play on the Modus.
100.
Yeah, totally. Big game for the pair of them here. Coleman has come back into it.
121. 60. 84.
Real. This would make it really interesting, though, for tomorrow, depending on who wins. I'm feeling as though for Darren, he's going to need a lot of games going his way, as well as the games that he's playing.
45.
He's going to need to win 4-0 and 4-1 just to make up that difference. And then for Coleman, you know that he has a
140.
have
Down on your car, 151.
an upset game in him if he were to play against Danny or he were to play against the likes of Tommy.
41.
He does have that, that scoring
45.
power in him.
He's got a few big finishes in him as well. We've seen some today, but this isn't going to be one.
65.
So Brown with an
Down on your car,
opportunity to
110.
restore a 2-leg cushion.
Double 16.
Finds on
Finds
the
it.
fourth leg, Darren Brown.
That's what you like to see. Just a bit of hope.
Fifth leg, Ashley to throw first. Game on.
3-1 now. This could change all of it. Coleman's going to have to do what Danny Ayres has done. Come back 3-1 twice today.
85.
Been a really strange day for Darren Brown, hasn't it? Won his first match, then went completely missing in the middle.
40.
Winning just, what was it, 2 legs out of 14? 4-0, 4-1, 4-1. Defeats, and now might be about to win his final match. It's like a sandwich without any filling.
They do sell that at the retailers.
96. $41.
That's for Coleman. Pretty much put him in the same category as Adrian Gray if he loses this game. Would have to come back tomorrow, go on a run of results where he won all of his matches
58.
to get to 12 points, and that you would think would be the minimum requirement for qualification. So would have
45.
to produce something rather spectacular tomorrow if he doesn't get the win in this one.
$59.
Coleman leaving the big fish
100.
now. This would be a nice footing way. He's not hit the bullseye. And this would be a beautiful way to hit one.
41.
And he will definitely go for it if he has
170.
the opportunity.
Doesn't have the opportunity.
98.
But he does have the opportunity still to win the leg. 72 when he returns.
57. Asuka 72.
Double six. Becomes double three.
66.
And a chance
W
now
car
for Brown to win it
150.
in style.
Not going to go, so can't leave it handy though. And he does leave it.
118.
What
Asuka
a way
6.
to leave it. So actually now, does he burn a dot? He does. Goes for the double two. Needs to slide it over the top. And he does. He
Game shoulder
saves
flip
his,
leg, Ashley Coleman.
saves his skin there. And the match goes on.
6 leg Darren to third first. Game on.
I feel as though Darren's going to need to step it up. Because Coleman could go wild in the last
43.
leg.
A sloppy start, wasn't it, from Darren Brown?
100.
Especially on your throw. Knowing that I'm going to serve out all through that game against Coleman. He could have just gone, it's okay, I'm going to serve it out. I'm going to serve it out to my throw. Let me get that right.
100.
And then to start off like that.
$57.
Danger averted. Both players have made a similar mistake.
One
Darren
of
just
them,
capitalizing
40.
there on perfectly placed dart.
Closing in on the win, but here comes Coleman again. Can he fill it up?
One of them, 40.
Not quite. And that could be the difference, because third treble 20 would have left a checkout.
96.
What a way to leave 24 this would be.
One of them, 40. Daruka 122.
Good couple of visits, though, to really up the ante on his opponent here. Treble 18 gets Brown a dart at the ball,
shoulder
which he
match, Darren
takes
Brown.
for a brilliant 1-2-2 winner. And that could spell the end for Ashley Coleman. After just a day's play in Group C, Darren Brown with a moment of magic to bookend his day with victories. He will end on 4 points and just in with a chance of qualifying himself. Great win for him. Coleman probably needs to be perfect tomorrow on 2. Dustin Strover and Danny Ayres will go head-to-head after the break. Can Danny go undefeated on debut?
Charlie McGuire 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20, he went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
One more match then this afternoon, and the question is it going to be the dream debut for Danny Ayres? Made favourite by the bookies despite being an ADC qualifier. They knew something, and he has lived up to that billing so far. He's won all of his matches, looking to make it a perfect day. But he's got an interesting opponent in Dustin Straver, who's been here since the start of the week, a fellow ADC qualifier actually, coming through the ADC Europe system. Finished stone bottom of Group A, winning 4 matches across 3 days. But if he can win his 4th match of the day, then there will be a 3-way tie at the top of the table between Ayres, Tommy Morris and Straver himself. So this is a huge game, really.
Game on.
For Danny Ayres, he will put 4 points between himself and his opponent, meaning that he's in a very strong position to qualify at the end of Friday. This group will be played in reverse tomorrow, remember. So this will be the first fixture come 1 p.m. on Friday afternoon. But you have to say, I actually think these are 2 players that have been very impressive today.
57.
I think you're quite right there, and expected to be the...
80.
I'm going to say with Danny is obviously expecting to be there on Saturday. But I think Dustin, has an opportunity to upset the apple cart. And we're all looking at Dustin obviously running away, having
60.
a perfect day. But Adrian Gray versus Dustin Straver, you saw something happen there. And when required, he had the goods.
140.
And Dustin found himself taking out 10+ checkouts. And that would give him some confidence coming into this game. Both of them ADC qualifiers. So you kind of know that there's a level of competition that they exposed to week in, week out. You also know that the capabilities and the way in which they've played this week so far, especially Dustin, you now understand that the system works on the level, on the quality that you're getting is top tier.
121. This week at 81.
Treble 19. 62 remaining. Too many there. 17 left. Don't miss the big
65.
number. Doesn't. So tidies up nicely.
Nice little hold up throw here. Could be 16 to 18 darts for
59.
Straver.
This week at 16.
Danny, no, he done the hard work so far for the day, but Dustin has a lot to play for. Yeah, needs the double 4. Finds the double 4. We get the little first bump. It doesn't go away, does it, Chris?
Second leg, Danny to throw first.
No.
Game on.
He's been pumped today. He's woken up and chosen opportunity rather than dwelling on the last few days. He's decided, you know what? We all start on 0.
61.
We've all got 3 darts in our hands. I'm going to go and grab it. So far, so good.
140.
Love his rhythm. Love his just the way in which he's playing. He's playing with a sense of freedom. Opened up today. Played really well at the start. Danny Ayres there finds the first maximum. match so far.
45.
Understanding that this is the Danny Ayres throw.
60.
It's just got the way in which he drops the dart down and releases that timing. Once that's on, it's really good.
140.
Whereas Straver, I mean, the big unit that he is, Paul Hinks trying to look around and see if it's actually
60.
two in the bed.
Yeah, and if he retrieved his darts, then Paul Hinks would have been struggling. You've got to leave them in until the referees made their call.
140.
We do have VAR, don't we?
Daniel Carr, 140.
Not in darts yet, no. No assistant referee here. Maybe not needed for this, because that is affirmative from Ayres. Brilliant check out, 140. Just when it looked like he was going to disappear in this match.
First.
What a finish that was.
Game on.
Hadn't had a ton topper before that. In fact, his highest checkout for the day was 74.
100.
Crazy, crazy.
Well, it's about getting them when you need them as well. His opponent there was waiting on 36, yeah.
125.
And he was thinking, well, this 140 is not going to go. And then it did go.
140.
I do love the fact that he's had one blip today against Tommy. But I mean, this is the top tier battle, and he's showing up.
100.
Yeah, good game. An important game.
100.
And a great game to end what's been a very good campaign for both players so far in this group.
100. Dustin Carr, 161.
161, yeah, we're just going to leave it handy.
137.
137. Both
136.
players just
Dustin Carr,
swinging
24.
12 and on a finish.
Game
Fastest
shot on the
finger
third by
first, and it's
Straver.
Dustin Straver. This is turning out to be an absolute humding of a match. Dustin Straver now averaging 102. His 140 count is 5, and that's the difference in this game. He's been finding it 2 in the
56.
bed consistently. It's like Noah's Ark. They're going in 2 by 2.
And it's a huge game for him as well, in particular, because if he wins the match, not only will he be level on points with Danny Ayres, but if he wins it by 1 leg, they'll be level on leg difference. If he wins it by more than that, then he'll actually go above him in the table. Dustin will be in second in a provisional qualifying spot overnight.
That's a nice little position to be in, because obviously in Group A
60.
he was at the bottom, and considering everybody performing around him, he can now find himself still in Saturday, or a chance to be in Saturdays. If only top 2
58.
goes through. But I mean, he holds the key, and it's a big last game.
Yeah, and he was at the bottom all week in that
40.
group as well. He ended every day bottom of the Group A table, so really pleased he will be to have found himself in the position he is, and it could yet get better.
85. 100.
Little slip. The dart wayward into the 5, left as without an out here, but it shouldn't matter too much. With Straver back on 2-4-1.
65.
How important will a break of throw be in this game? Danny's going to need to break the throw. Straver just
59.
holds it on
Daniel
throw.
Carr,
He
97.
walks away the victor. And that's how important it is, especially in these tight games or these equally contested games, how important the bull is.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Nice
Danny
clean
Ayres.
kill that from Ayres. No drama
Deflect
in
Dustin
levelling the
defends
match
first.
and holding
Game
his
on.
throat. But as Devon says, if Straver can keep doing the same, then he will get the points. We'll have a 3-way
95.
tie at the top of the table with Morris, Ayres and Straver all on 8 points.
I actually prefer that.
60.
I think having a 3-way tie is nice. It does create a bit of drama for tomorrow. We do have 10 more games tonight as well.
45.
Some of the big hitters coming to the Modus Super Series stage. We're going to be ending with big hitters as well.
140.
Yeah, we've got former winners. We've got a former World Youth Champion. A couple of players that were in Champions Week
140.
just 3 weeks ago. And a couple that were in that ADC Global
57.
Championship. You may remember at the end of last year. Can't remember who won it. Any idea, Devon?
No, it's a blur to me, mate. I'll check my Facebook, or not mine.
Check your bank account.
That money is come and gone. This isn't. Game hangs in the balance now, and
94.
it's about to say Treblis Vessel would be the worst thing there, but an opportunity here with a 161. Opts to go 19 first. Will he stay? No, he switches, goes up.
64.
64, and that's strategic. Board management at its finest. And the shot is not on. So he's going to need to set it up. The treble, yeah, on the treble 20.
45.
Oh, he tried to squeeze, and now he's on a 3-dot outshot where Striver now can't find it, so he's going to leave it handy.
77.
Didn't want that.
105.
Is this the big break? Is this the big moment? Treble 15 would leave tops. Can't get a dart to break unless there are more
89.
mistakes here
Dusuka 20.
from Dustin Straver, who wants double 10.
Double 5, and you can see what it means to Dustin. He understands the importance, and he wants to be in the mix. Started the day off, been playing well, really well today. One little small blip, but not making any mistakes in this game. And we're going to need a breaker throw from Danny if he's going to see a perfect day. If Straver stays on course, we will have a 3-horse race.
100.
Yeah, if Danny can turn it around, we'll have that sort of uniform situation where we've got a player on 10, 8, 6, 4, 2 and 0. Basically everyone in the group has beat every player below them. But is Dustin Straver about to throw a real spanner in the works here? I have to say he's been a different player today.
It's the 1 o'clock start, mate. 100% 1 o'clock start.
No sign of faltering at the finish. What a time to hit a maximum.
We were waiting for the break from Danny to go perfect, but seems like it's going to be Straver having the last 81. Stroke of the match.
This time he'll go for the 12 and try and finish on the bull. And like the previous match, the bullseye goes in. And that is the first defeat of this group, a first defeat ever on the Super Series stage for Danny Ayres, who's had an excellent debut. But you have to take your hat off to Dustin Straver, who has turned his week around totally. Finished bottom of Group A after 3 days with 8 points to his name. In Group C, he's got 8 points in 1 day, and he deserved them. An average of 92.93, a 4-2 win that takes him second in the table in a 3-way tie for the lead with the man he's just beaten and Tommy Morris. Devon Peterson and I will reflect on all the action after the break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lebanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our Our champion is ready and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Well, welcome back. Here's what's happened in the last couple of rounds of fixtures today. Tommy Morris finishing strongly with a 4-1 win over Darren Brown and a 4-2 win over Adrian Gray. Gray lost all of his matches today. Great finish, though, as well for Dustin Straver. 4-1 win against Gray and a 4-2 win against Danny Ayres, meaning that Danny didn't go unbeaten. His earlier victory against Ashley Coleman made it 4 out of 4, but he could not complete the card, and that means that we have a lot of traffic at the top of the table. A 3-way tie, in fact, with Morris, Straver and Ayres all on 8 points. Nothing to separate them. Darren Brown has given himself an outside hope as well, with 4 points, a win against Ashley Coleman at the end of the day with a bullseye finish. Coleman only 1 win today, maybe a little bit unfortunate not to have got more. And Adrian Gray, bottom of the table, disappointing day for him. No points for him. Devon Peterson's alongside me, been watching the action all the way. Danny Ayres, brilliant debut, really, wasn't it? 1-4-3 in his first match, started to settle and play better. Would he be disappointed in the end that he hasn't gone through the card?
I think, yeah. I mean, you obviously, as a player, you in the players' room, you see that your name's on top on all the time. And then with that one result where you had a not freakishly great performance, it was a consistent performance of Dustin for the day. But I mean, he would now see himself in third, which will then change the way in which he approaches tomorrow. So, yeah, I think it's he won't be upset because, I mean, turning up today, he didn't know what to expect. You know that he was put under pressure by the bookies, obviously as the debut, as he's making his debut and being one of the players that are coming through. But he also just, I mean, he lived up to the billing and now finds himself in third place, which is challenging, but tied for first as well.
Yeah, he did everything well, didn't he, over the course of the day? Scoring was fine, finishing was fine, produced a big checkout in the last match there. Didn't help him win the game ultimately, but moments like this show why he's going to be there or thereabouts come tomorrow.
That is so correct. I mean, that 140, and just knowing that Straver was on 36 as well, it's such an important play to have and know that it was to hold the throw. And we knew that him coming into the game, not having the throw, he had to break. So it was do or die. And I mean, Straver just, tried to change everything that was scripted for Danny to have the perfect day.
What about Dustin Straver then? Because it took him 3 days to get 4 wins in Group A. He's got 4 today.
This is what the Modus obviously offers. It's the difference in format. It's the opportunity to start again from zero on the whether it's Group B or Group C, and then there's another opportunity. So it's the second bite of the apple. But where we find Dustin, you can see that there's a more of a comfortability on the stage. He's finding himself. He's finding that range as well. The scoring range is perfect. The finishing was great. But I think that the pleasureful moments where he just was able to accelerate and push. I mean, in that last game, I think he had 7 140s, which was a massive, massive amount of 140s in a short format. So it means that he was able to dominate in that space. And I think that he will be comfortable going into tomorrow's game knowing that he played so well today and his first 3 days wasn't that great.
Yeah, I mean, he played okay at times in Group A, but you mentioned it from the off, actually. His attitude, his demeanour, very positive, very aggressive almost, as if it's there for the taking and I'm going to go and get it.
Yeah, I feel as though his self-talk was great. I think that from a perspective of performance, he knew exactly what to expect after the first 3 days. He knew exactly that if he let himself down, it's only himself to blame. And I think that the important part is he knew who was surrounding him. So he knew who you needed to play hard with. But from the get-go, he just came with an energy of, I want to win, I'm going to win, and it's all in my hands. And you could tell, like, even playing against Danny Ayres, they would have been speaking that he's unbeaten for the day, and he would have known that he would have had to step up in that game. And he did step up, and he definitely showed why he deserves to be in that 3-horse race.
But it's Tommy Morris who sits at the top of the table on leg difference. Devon, he had a difficult first game, lost to Danny Ayres. There was that real meltdown on that 25 checkout, wasn't there? But after that, he really did turn it on, didn't let it affect him.
And I think that this comes with the experience of Tommy Modus. I mean, he's been playing for a while. He's been here 7 times weekly finalist. The way in which he does play, he's quick. That first dart, once it lands, he's going to be solid all the time. You almost understand that there's going to be mistakes that happen, but it's just how it affects him. So he's quite hot-headed, emotional player, and a character as well. But you also know that he can switch it on and be steely, straightforward, and the games could be over in 6-7 minutes. So yeah, it depends on what Tommy Modus turns up tomorrow, but I think that he'll be comfortable going into the lead today and also look at it going forward and going, I should be in Saturday and I will be in Saturday.
Would I be right in suggesting that perhaps he's a bit of a momentum player, so once he starts winning, he gets that spring in his step, he gets that good feeling, and that aids him winning more?
I think you hit the nail on the head there with regards to him being a player based on not just performance or how he has been performing, but also he needs to see that he's winning, feel that feeling. I mean, we saw against the Coleman game, he was quite sarcastic in his approach in the finishing, doing the Andrew Gilding thumbs, not celebrating his finishes like he would with a Tommy gun, but you could see that because he wasn't doing that, he wasn't having fun. It was all about seriousness, and I think that there's a balance that he's trying to manage, and I think that he done it really well after that first game.
And there were moments that you sort of pulled him on in commentary where he threw his darts away almost too quickly, but there were other moments where he was actually stopping, adjusting his hockey position, taking time before doubles. Is that something that is a good sign for Tommy Morris, that he's maturing as a dart player?
100%. I think it's sensible. Being understanding the surrounding, understanding that the time on the hockey isn't just I throw quick and that's what it is. You can throw quick, but be deliberate in what you are doing. And I think that he quickly understood. I had a chat with him this morning about his performance over the couple of days and yesterday specific. And there's only small tweaks that he needed to do. And I think that he's definitely executed it perfectly today. And that's the reason why he finds himself at the top.
Darren Brown, he had a really horrible spell in the middle of the day, didn't he? But he started it well and he ended it exceptionally well.
Yeah, he'll go away. Yeah, it's almost like when you play golf and you kind of you're great for the first hole, poor for the middle, and then the last 18 you drive it straight down the middle. That's exactly what happened to Darren, and he will go away knowing that I'm still capable, I'm still able. Whether he'll qualify for Saturday, I mean, there's going to need to be a lot of results. And the fact that he had 14 out of 14 legs, he only won 2, that will put him kind of behind in leg difference anyway. So he's got a massive mountain to climb. But what I would say is the way in which he finished the day itself, it just shows that he's got the tenacity. He wants to win. He's not just going to roll over and go, okay, cool, that's the end. He knows that tomorrow is another day and he can still achieve his goals. It doesn't need to be that he is there on Saturday, but if he walks away here with pride, that's one thing that he can celebrate.
Yeah, he may have to win every game. Ashley Coleman will have to win every game in all realities, really. Was he a little bit unfortunate only to end the day with 2 points?
I think so. I think the way in which he's performed, I mean, everybody that had opportunities against him took them. The one challenge that he did have is he makes the crucial errors, especially when it comes to the back end of the game. We've seen him going for 82, where he threw a 7 for bullseye, and then there was another opportunity, 78, where he opted for the treble 14 instead of going treble 18, and then went for the bullseye again. Those moments are really critical in a space, and as a professional, you know that one dart can cost you your entire tournament. So I think I mean, you carve out your own luck, but also when he was going for finishes and he missed them, players that were turning up, they were checking it out in the last dart. It's just a rub of the green. But I think that his performances as well has been phenomenal. I think that he can step up. I think there's a few gears that he will find. Whether it is tomorrow, we don't know.
No wins for Adrian Gray. Day to forget for him. Have you ever seen him more animated than he was on that stage today?
Definitely not. It was quite. It's not that it's funny, but it's funny to see a player of his stature, professionalism, as well as just experience as well. You can tell that he wants it so badly, and he's been performing well. He had 8 wins, obviously in Group A. Found him in a pool of players that had 16, and found himself in Group C, which was also tough because there was loads of players that's playing well around him. What he's not getting right is the timing towards the hockey, and he's feeling as though he's misfiring, or there's a point of release that he's not finding. It's actually not that. It's as simple as just taking your time walking towards the hockey, because everything else is correct. But when you're not getting that correct, and every time you're throwing, it's more frustrating. We saw him animated, speaking to himself. The negative self-talk will never help any dart player. And when you do it internally, that's okay, because you don't give your opponent any almost motivation to know that you are struggling. When you start to show it outward, that's when you kind of almost giving the games away, really. So I think he didn't do himself justice, and having 0 points doesn't really mean that you were playing poorly, but today was probably not his best day.
Well, let's just give you confirmation of the positions in the Group C table. Then this group will resume at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Adrian Gray at the foot of it with no points. Ashley Coleman pretty much out of it as well. Darren Brown an outside chance, but it looks like it's going to be 3-2 tomorrow. Morris, Straver and Ayres all tied on 8 points. 2 of them will qualify, but tonight Group B will get underway from 10 p.m. Jeff Smith already through to finals night. 3 will join him from Group B. Adam Mould, James Hubbard, Gary Stone, Mervyn King and David Evans. Who are you looking forward to seeing the most, Evan?
I think today, I mean, that Group B is fantastic. A lot of players, a lot of talent. I want to see James Hubbard return. I want to watch David Evans throw the tops, and just I love his throw. But also Mervyn King. I mean, he's literally made this his palace. He's been here for a couple of weeks now, and I think that he wants to perform well. Yesterday when he was in Group A, there was a point where he was leading the group, and then things just changed rapidly for him. But I think that there's loads of players that are in there. That's talent. Again, the talent pool that Modus offers the platform to, fantastic, and it's going to be a fantastic viewing opportunity.
Mervyn's been here 3 out of 4 weeks. Do you think fatigue will be a factor, or do you think that class and that experience will see him through?
No, I think it's class and experience for me. Mervyn King has been phenomenal for a long time, and he's always just he's not there to make numbers up. He's always there performing as well. And I think that obviously they've announced that he's going to go to the World Seniors and all of the other things as well. I think that this will just be part and parcel of what Mervyn does. I mean, he's one of those players that can turn up and throw a ton average all over the night. And then some days, I mean, just depending on what Mervyn turns up. But I think that still class nonetheless. And I don't think that he'll feel the fatigue. He'll have enough rest, but he'll also be extremely prepared for this today.
Yeah, we'll see him this evening. With plenty more coming up between now and then on the Modus Super Series channel on Pluto TV. Up next, a story of Gerwyn Price, a deep dive into his career so far, followed by Luke Littler, the best of highlights of the career of Luke Littler here at the Modus Super Series. Tonight, 10, James Hubbard in action for the next live session, Group B getting underway. And of course, as always, finals night on Saturday, 7:30 p.m. Do not miss that. Fantastic day then in Group C this afternoon. A 3-way tie at the top of the table and 5 players in action tonight from 10 p.m. in Group B. And it will be headlined by Mervyn King. Make sure you're sat on your throne ready from 10.
Right now, Mervyn is too busy winning. And
Game shot on
Game.
the match.
It's his favourite double on the board. What a
Game shot on the
finish!
match, Mervyn King.
Just go out there and give it 100% on every single dart. Watch out.
Bullseye.
Game shot
Oh
on the sixth
my
leg.
word!
Mervyn King.
What a shot!
Game shot on the match. It's the king, Mervyn King.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit. And that was it.